Because it's really tough, but it's a beautiful day, so good love. Daytona, let's go away. Daytona, Daytona, let's go away. Daytona, and they're underway. Yes, we're underway, and it's a beautiful day here at Daytona. You're falling way behind, trying to make a hole through there. You're all over the track now, baby. Let's see some control. There's a crash coming out of turn 3. You better watch yourself. Hey, are you alright? Somebody coming up behind you. You're bending up the tires, baby. Coming down to the finish line, red driving, yeah. Daytona, let's go away. Daytona, Daytona, let's go away. Daytona. This is your crew chief. Yeah, the course is really tough, but it's a beautiful day, so good luck. Daytona. Nice recovery. Only 7 more laps to go. Hang in there, baby. Look out behind. Better keep an eye on your time. Yeah, you're in the final stretch. Way to maneuver the car. You're looking good. You better look the tires. Coming down, coming down, coming down to the finish line. Coming down to the finish line. Daytona, let's go away. Daytona, Daytona, let's go away. Daytona. Yeah, this is your crew chief. The course is really tough, but it's a beautiful day, so good luck. Daytona.
Hello, everyone. Hold on, let me do my Rio greeting. Grr. Oh, hold on. Gra. Nya. Gua. Guau. Gah. How's everyone doing today? Oh. Hold on, let me put on some music. I turned off the music for this part of the stream. Usually there's some audio, right? Hold on. I'm turning it back on. Don't worry. How is it? Is it too loud? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. There's a talking cat right here. Little loud? Still little loud? Okay. How about now? Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Cat balanced? Okay, nice. So hi everyone. Today we're gonna have a very special stream. Special end of year stream. We're not gonna play a game. Well, I'm not gonna play a game. You, the viewers, are probably gonna play a game. But that's a secret. That's a secret for later. Stay tuned for that. But today is just a retrospective kind of like stream where we look into all the games that we've played on stream and then kind of like rate them, right? I'm gonna rate them all. Kind of like remember all the games that we streamed. This is sort of like a project that I wanted to do for a long time. There was a couple streams that I wanted to rate, right? Because like the idea was always that I would play a game and then at the end when I finished it I would rate it. But usually at the end of the stream I'm so tired that I don't want to. I just want to end the stream quickly, right? But today's the day that we actually produce, that we actually go back and revisit all the games, like look at all the games that we've played, and just kind of like talk about them and write about them, you know? Also, I just wanted to take an opportunity here to talk a little about my goals of the stream. I even wrote down a little speech here, if I may. Let me get something like smoother here to play. Hold on. Let me see. What can I do here? Okay, there we go. This is nice. Hello, Nefjack. Hello, Ivy. So I want to talk a little about why I stream and what are my goals when I stream, right? And my number one goal is obviously to play video games. To get me to play more games. Games that I've never played before. That interest me, right? To hopefully expand my reach and have a better, broader understanding of retro games. That is my number one goal. To find new favorites and to understand better my old favorites. And my second goal with these streams is to share. Because it really does feel very lonely in this hobby, right? To play a lot of like retro single player action games. Especially with a pandemic, especially when so much of my life is online, you know? Especially when these aren't like new games that everyone's talking about, right? Like these are old games that, you know, they aren't like the new thing that is hot at the moment. And it feels so often that when people want to talk about games and share, you know, and like share broadly, right, about games, it's all about the newest thing, right? I don't want to be alone in enjoying them. I want to talk about them. And I think this is why I'm doing this stream, right? Where it's just all talking about the games that we've played together. I hope to create like a repertoire with my audience here, with the games that I play. So when I say something like, you know, oh, this reminds me of like this obscure PC Engine game, or Bonk's Adventure, right? That's a game that we've played. If I say like, oh, this reminds me of Bonk's Adventure, you're all gonna know exactly where I come from. Hello, Rusty. I love playing video games and I want to share that love and connect to people over them. And you know, it's whenever people talk about games, it's about either the latest AAA game or a Nintendo game. Whenever people talk about games, it's Super Smash Bros. Melee or Super Mario 64 or Super Metroid. Or, you know, whatever other Nintendo game that, like, a kid at the time in the United States of America played, right? Hello, Text Guy. And I don't want to live in this world where we just keep talking about the same games from a shared cultural memory, like a shared cultural American point of view memory. Like they're fun games, right? I don't have like anything against like Super Smash Brothers or Super Metroid or whatever, you know. They're fun games, but as we only keep talking about them and just regurgitating them and making the pool of retro games worth remembering smaller in the process, they feel even more important in the absence of their contemporaries, right? Now let me get another cute song here. There we go. Let's get this one. Hello, Gamma. I'm glad to see you here. So, you know, we get this cycle, right? Where more and more retro games are less remembered, right? Because we keep talking about the only ones that over and over again, right? I feel like that makes like a lot of retro games less remembered and less appreciated, right? Like there's some streamers and YouTubers that I actually really like, but they talk about games like Nintendo's All That Exists, you know? Yeah, you agree? Yeah. And it's like these are like funny people, these are talented people, these are skilled players, right? But all they do is stream like Mario and Pokemon and stuff like that, right? And if that's like the stuff that I encounter, right? I can only imagine like how many other like people out there are, you know, contributing to this kind of like yeah. Well, it's not just about Sega, right? It's not just about like being a fanboy of Sega too. I just want to like discover and appreciate all sorts of retro games. Nintendo is just like the big thing, right? Nintendo is like the only like big company that like resists time, right? Like their games kind of like transcend being games and they become like brands, right? They become like surviving brands. It's kind of like Disney in that sense, right? Where like The Little Mermaid is not a movie anymore, it's like a brand. And I don't like that. I want to like talk about video games by themselves, right? I don't want to talk around video games. This is why I also want to play a lot of video games too, right? It's because like when I talk about like a Bonk's Adventure, you can see what I thought of it because you can see me play it. You can see me experience that game. And like I'm talking about my experience with the game, right? And not just like talking about this like nebulous kind of like brand around it, right? Or you know what I mean? So like if these are the only few people that I know, right, that I follow that are like that all they do is play Nintendo games or whatever, or only play 2 or 3 games, which I feel is a lot of people nowadays.
Get ready.
Obrigada, Gertrude Perkins. Obrigada pela inscrição. Então, eu realmente gostaria de falar em inglês para continuar, porque eu acho que o que eu estou falando é muito importante. Então, eu só vou enrolar um pouco. Vou enrolar um pouco aqui. Ah, there you go. I was buying some time. I really wanna talk about this in English because I think it's really important. But if these are the only few people that I know and follow, you know, how many more big influencers out there that I do not know are contributing to this really skewed perception of video games, right? Where the only video games that matter from the 90s are like, you know, a handful of video games made by Nintendo that are like, they're still like talked about and supported for, you know, years and over again. And also I just don't want to become that, right? I don't want to become, hello Lynx. I don't want to become like a person who only plays like their favorite games and like stagnates, right? I don't want to become like a streamer that only streams Sonic, right? If there are people out there that all they do is stream Pokemon and Mario, I don't want to become a streamer that only streams, you know, Sonic and Sonic mods and over again, right? Hopefully I've showed like a breadth of games when I'm streaming, right? Hopefully I you know, hopefully I am showing like a diversity of games, that I'm playing a diversity of games, right? Hold on. Let's see what other song's coming up. Okay, this song's fun. Right, where was I? Because I just want to keep growing. I just want to keep playing new games and trying new things, right? And I don't, like I said, I want to talk around video games or talk about them, or talk about retro games like there's some little curiosity, or regurgitate other people's takes around certain games because I haven't played them myself. I want to experience them fully, and I want to be honest and transparent about them, right? Come up with my own experiences. There's so much out there that's good and worth looking and talking about and discovering, right? And I want to do that. I want this space to be a space where we collectively broaden our understanding of retro games in some way. If I could get like a single person to change their mind about old games being inaccessible or not for them, or uninteresting, or only about nostalgia, or that the only good ones come from these or that other franchise, I would really love that. I would love for someone to come up to me and say, hey, I started playing a lot of like PS1 and Mega Drive and PC Engine games because of your streams, right? I love people to just like not only watch what I play, but just like play it themselves. To me, retro games are great not because they're like older, nostalgic. I don't really feel a nostalgic rush towards video games. Many games that I played on streams, many new favorites of mine, were games that I've never played before, right? That just happen to be old games. I hope to show that I'm not also above criticizing or killing sacred cows. I play these games, I stream these games because I think they're interesting, because I think they're fun, right? I just want more people to realize that, to broaden their horizons beyond what's marketable, or what's new, or what's from a big IP. Because I think that these games are worth it. I don't like promise to be an absolute beacons of games diversity because I have my leanings and preferences, right? And I want to stay true to that in some way. And truth be told, the stuff that I stream is an increasingly small portion of the games that exist out there. But I hope to reach out little by little into more different territories inside my little retro games island. Because, you know, I want to be surprised and amazed and feel wonder. And I hope to impart that into other people too. I want other people to want to play them. To start looking into emulators and BIOS files, or getting their own Mister or analog console, you know? To love games is to play them. So let's love video games together, okay? But yeah, this is my this is my stream mission. I hope you're all together with me on this journey. That this resonates with what you... Thank you. I've written that down. I've written most of this speech down. Because I am a lot better at writing than I am just like speaking, right? That's also another goal that I have with streams, is that I want to like learn to be a better speaker. Also, a better presenter. If you look at my old streams, my streams from the beginning of the year, I feel like I've come a long way in presenting myself and talking more openly and being able to talk more fluidly. But anyway, I just wanted to get out this my stream statement out of the way. Right now, let's move over to the game zone, but instead of a game, you see this? This is our list of games that we've played. This is Strawberry Shortcakes. These are all the games that we've played this year. That well, not only that we've played, but we've cleared, right? We've played way more games than this, but these are I'm only counting the games that we've whoops, what did I do? Okay, there we go. I'm only counting the games that we've gotten a clear in the stream, right? I don't want to review games that I haven't beaten because I don't feel like I've experienced them fully. Here, I have a little introduction here talking about Strawberry Shortcakes. Hello everyone, this is Strawberry here. This is our list of video games beaten on stream on chronological order with a little review of every one of them. We call it Strawberry Shortcakes. Credits to Lynx here, who came up with the pun Strawberry Shortcakes. Very good pun. Alright. Before we begin rating, I want to talk about like the rating system, right? Yeah, it is a very powerful pun, you're right. Thank you, Lynx Winters. Alright. This is a rating system that doesn't necessarily translate to like a video game website or video game publications like rating system. Like 5 stars does not mean a 10 or 4 stars does not mean an 8 or whatever. The stars are only like shorthands for me to like categorize how I feel about each of the games that we rate, right, tonight. So 5 stars means that it's out of this world. Any issues I might have seems way too small or too superfluous. Games here are those that I have no reservations about them at all, right? 5 stars is like very, very few games I feel are gonna get the 5 stars because very few games are like this close to being without issues. 4 stars is really, really great, like a solid recommendation, right? It's basically like a, you know, 5 stars and 4 stars are kind of like similar, except that 5 stars I'm like I'm like completely sure of it. Yeah, Balan Wonderworld is the only 5 star. Like 5 stars is just like I'm just like there's nothing for me to concede about it. And 4 stars is like, well, there's like a couple things that I wish were changed a little bit, but it's like extremely good, right? I feel really strongly about a 4-star game. You know, if we were to do like a reviewer scale, a 4-star would be like a 9, and then a 5-star would be a 10. You know what I mean? If that helps you visualize it. You understand it so far? Okay. 3 stars is good. 3 stars is not mixed. 3 stars is still like good. It's still like a game that I feel very positive about. 3-star games are like I like games that that have a few issues that I really cannot ignore at all, or there are games that I don't feel like super strongly about. So like, you know, if a 5 is like perfect, if a 4 is like, wow, this is amazing, a 3 is like great or good, between good and great. A 2 is a mixed. A 2 is not a bad game. Again, these ratings like kind of like really are really geared towards positivity, because I don't really play games or don't really stream games that I think I'm gonna dislike, right? So so the list of games that we not only play on stream, but also that we go and beat, right? It's kind of like it's kind of geared towards positivity, right? It's kind of, it is like it tends to go towards positive, right? Because it don't really like beat games on stream that I do not like. There were a few games that on stream that I did not like at all, that I would rate like a 1 star, but that I did not beat, right? Like, you know, I'm not gonna say examples. And 1 star is just a definitely, I do not like this game. It doesn't mean that the game is, you know, like, again, these don't translate to review scores, right? Yeah. Like, these don't translate to review scores, so a 1 star doesn't mean like, oh, this game, this game is dog poop or whatever. It just doesn't, it just means that I don't like this game, right? I feel like it's way more productive and way more interesting to be this, what do you call it? This detailed about how much you like a game. But if you do not like a game, I don't think like it matters, right? When you look at the reviews online, right? Does it matter if a game is like a 4 star or a 2 star? You know? Does it matter if a game is like a 5 star or a 2 star? No, it doesn't, right? Because all those, you know, like in a scale of 10, right? In a video game review publication. Does it matter if they're like a 5 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10? It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if they're 5 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10. Because both of these mean... Hello, Cameron. Because both of these ratings essentially just mean I did not like this game, right? Again, we're not really judging like objective quality, right? So it's not like a thing like, oh, the graphics are kind of good, so, you know, like it goes up 1 star or whatever. It just means, you know, personal feelings. Do I like this game? Do I go, wiggly hand about this game? Do I like this game? Do I love this game? Do I think that this game is God's gift on earth? That's how you should look at this scale. As a reminder, these are just my feelings on each game, and they are not meant to see as the final objective word on each game. Like I said, these don't translate to a review scores. They're just shorthands to indicate how I felt about playing the game and whether I would want to play them again. Of course, I chat with my followers, that's you, as I make these rankings and reviews live. It can definitely influence my decisions, right? Ultimately, the final word, I guess, is mine, but I would really like to talk about these games one by one with you. And not just talk at you about them, right? So I've listed every game that we've played and beat in chronological order here. From the start of the streaming, from when we started streaming to, you know, more recently. So let's start with Sonic 2, shall we? Actually, let's put some Sonic music in here. Hold on. Let's put some Sonic music in here. Stop it. Because I feel like music is an important also aspect of the review, right? Let's put some Sonic. Oh, that's loud. Ah, man, the music of Sonic 2 is great. So how did I feel about Sonic 2? No comment, Gertrude. So, I think maybe actually, hold on. Maybe it would be more productive for if we start reviewing Sonic 1, right? Because then we can use that as a point of comparison for Sonic 2. Oh wait, this is the wrong... This is not right. Actually, what... I should probably just play it from my own library here instead of using YouTube. Hold on. There you go. I got the Sonic 1 and 2 soundtrack. There we go. Hi, Juju. Let's start reviewing Sonic. I know this is the fourth game here. But let's start reviewing Sonic the Hedgehog. How do y'all feel about Sonic the Hedgehog? the original Sonic the Hedgehog. We've played this before. He goes fast. He does go fast. That is true. When did we play it? Was it on Bonk's Adventure Stream? Or maybe it was on Revenge. No, it wasn't on Revenge of Shinobi. I don't think I have my VOD here of me playing Sonic. Let me open a video of Sonic. It's hard for you to play without the spin dash. What I think about this game, I honestly think that it doesn't need the spin dash to work, right? I think that Sonic 1 does not need the spin dash to work. I think that Sonic really is a game about managing. Was uncapped? Ah, I see. But I like that the running speed is not uncapped because it teaches you about like rolling, right? Rolling is way more of an important mechanic in this game than in the sequels, just like pressing down while you're running, right? Like the S-tube at the beginning here of Green Hill, right? This moment right here. Hold on, let him do the loop. This moment right here, right? This tube right here. This is supposed to be a teaching moment, right? It's like teaching you that you need to roll down in order to like gain a lot of speed, right? And like that, I think that it is like a fantastic platformer. I think that it positions a path forward for platformers, right? In the 16-bit era. Yeah, it is satisfying to do that. I agree. I think that Sonic is like you know what Mario 3 did to the original Mario Brothers, right? How it expanded everything. I feel like Sonic 1 does that to Super Mario Brothers 3 a bit, right? I think that like it shows really interesting ideas about how to expand on the platformer genre in a 16-bit environment, right? Where you have the multiple paths, you have these levels that are big, these graphics that are also pretty big, a little bit to its detriment because you know, Sonic is a fast game, so you can't really see too far ahead when you're going fast. But I mean, that's also why the running speed cap is also good, I think, because then you don't go too fast. Also, you know, there's some reaction time. Green Hill is incredibly fun. I really love the pinball platform nature of Sonic. I think that Green Hill Zone is incredibly fun. The special stages are like okay, but I don't think they're like too obtrusive. Honestly, I don't have a lot of issues with these special stages. I honestly have more issues with the Sonic 2 special stages than these ones. I know a lot of people hate Marble Zone. I honestly don't have issues with it, if I'm gonna be honest. Do y'all hate Marble Zone? A lot of people would just hate Marble Zone. I totally get it because, like, especially for a beginner player, to go from Green Hill Zone, which is just this level that's full of like pinball slopes and stuff, to this level that kind of plays like a traditional platformer, right? It's the best design level. Scrap Brain was the one you hated. I actually do like Marble Zone quite a bit. I think that it's like, I think that it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's not too slow. There are ways to go in Marble Zone that are fast. I like the contrast between the upper, you know, part of the stage where it's got all the Green Hill kind of like hills a bit, and the lower part, which is just more like more squared. Yeah, as a little kid, I can understand it being like very intimidating and very like stopping your momentum, right? So I can see that. But for me, I don't really have issues with it. Honestly, I don't have a lot of issues with Labyrinth either. I like how all the whenever the level wants you to go underwater, all these underwater sections, it gives you enough time for you to go through them and go to the next overwater section, right? Without having to grab a bubble to breathe. If you're fast enough, right? I like that about it. I don't think that these levels are too long either. They're like fast, right? They're not fast, but like they don't last too long, you know, to be annoying. Um, what I would say are criticisms of this game. Yeah, I do like Labyrinth Zone. It's got a pleasant music. I love Spring Yard Zone. I love the pinball mechanics of Spring Yard. What I love about Sonic is whenever it's more pinball-y. When Sonic is very pinball-y, I love that. Just in its mechanics, right? So like a level that has a ton of bumpers, I love that. I eat that. Um, what I would say are downsides to Sonic 1 is that it is a bit memorization heavy. There's no bones about it. Like I would recommend people, if someone's like new to Sonic, they've never played a Sonic game, I would probably recommend them to play the mobile version or the compilation project of the mobile version, which makes the game widescreen, right? So you can see, you know, better what's coming up ahead. Spin dashing, you know, I don't think that you need spin dashing to play this game. But I understand that if it makes players be able to ease into Sonic 1 better, I think that's an okay concession to make, right? Let's see what else. Honestly, Starlight Zone I always felt like was kind of like weird. I don't like the fans. I don't like the little like what do you call them, seesaws? The little seesaws. I don't like. It's kind of like a fast zone, right? There's tons of slopes and stuff, but there's so much stuff that just kills your momentum. Yes, yes, Starlight has one of my favorite musics too, but the way that the level is designed feels like very like weird. It's not hard though, so it's hard to be like upset at it. But it is like weird. The different elements of like slower platforming and fast running do not gel together very well to me in a Starlight. In Scrap Brain, I actually do like Scrap Brain a lot. I think that the first act is really fun if you take the higher path. If you take the lower path, then it's this, which is just not very fun at all. But taking the higher path is great. I actually do like Scrap Brain. The second act has a little bit too many traps that are difficult to adjust to. But I actually like it. I think that a problem with Sonic 1 also is that like you know, because the whole strength of Sonic, right, is like replaying levels over and over again. And they kind of force you, you know, they kind of want the first time players to die a bunch in this game. Like, and just like return to the beginning, right? To show the strength of like, hey, you can, you know, once you like get used to Sonic's movement, once you like start redoing Green Hill Zone over and over again, you can see like, oh, all these elements of like the different tiers to the level design, right? How levels are like full of like these multiple paths that intersect into one another. The speed mechanics of Sonic, all that stuff like starts making a lot of sense in Green Hill after multiple playthroughs. But also like it's a very difficult texture to muster, especially if you're new at Sonic, right? Because like the game's just gonna kill you and it's gonna seem very unfair, because it is basically. It kills you in very unfair ways to force you to like lose lives and to force you to like memorize the game a little bit, right? Which which makes Sonic very hard to recommend to people who are new, you know, at the game, who have never played the classic Sonic game before. It makes it very hard to recommend it, but I do think it's good. The continue screen is nice, yes. Um, I do like it a lot. I do think that people are a bit too unfair to it. I think that it is spaced well. I like most of its levels. And even the levels that I don't like, they are just kind of, they go by quickly, right? So to me, Sonic the Hedgehog is a 4-star game because it does have issues to it. Besides it being one of my favorite games, it does have like issues to it that are hard to ignore, or like that are hard to ignore for most other people, right? To me, I just ignore them because I take like paths through the level that do not encounter them. They do not like encounter, you know, those things. Like most of the issues of Sonic 1, and they are kind of like big issues, right? But like once you get like competent at the game, right? Once you like get once you really like start memorizing levels, once you know where things are in the levels, it's like none of the issues of Sonic 1 are like affect you. But man, it's rough for people who are just starting it on it, right? So let's see, what do I write here? Let's see. I love the pinball mechanics. I think the level design is mostly really good. Green Hill is one of my favorite levels of the whole franchise. I think it's satisfying. I think it's incredibly satisfying once you learn the game. But it can feel very unfair towards beginners. Very unfair and frustrating, who are going to run into things they couldn't see and struggle to gain momentum. And the game is keen to take lives. Ah, thank you for the water bottle. Let me drink it. Thank you so much. Or going to run into things they couldn't see and struggle to gain momentum. And the game is keen to take lives away from them until they learn the game better. Which means they might never get to the point in which the game starts feeling satisfying. Let's be more specific with pinball. Momentum and slope mechanics. Because of intended to play the mobile widescreen version for beginners. I wanted to make the reviews shorter. I wanted to make them basically tweet sized. But you know, maybe Sonic is one of the few games that it's gonna be like bigger because I have a lot of thoughts about it. Look, I've written whole essays about this game. All right, Sonic 2. Now Sonic 2, right? You're talking about Sonic 2 being a perfection of the ideas in one. I partially I agree. I think that Sonic 2 does a lot of things to one up Sonic 1 successfully, right? Let's review Sonic 2 now. Like, I think that Tails is great. You know, it's not like an incredible two-player experience, but it was like for a kid to be able to not just watch your older brother play the game, right, or whatever, and to just like actually like play around in the game is fun. Even when you're playing one player, it's fun to make Tails do certain things, you know, to coordinate things with Tails. I think that level design does do a few improvements over Sonic 1, right? Because Sonic 1 is structured basically like there's a fast level and then there's a slow level, right? Sonic 1 is basically structured like that. That's like because they were very insecure. Like Yuji Naka said so himself in I think like the Sonic Jam manual, the Japanese manual to Sonic Jam. There's like little excerpts from Yuji Naka and Naoto Oshima, I believe, about each of the levels. And Yuji Naka was saying that in Sonic 1 is like because of the different design that Sonic has compared to other platformers, right? Because of stuff like the ring system, which means that you know you're basically quote unquote invincible in a way. You know, there's no health, right? All you need is just one ring and you can keep surviving. You can keep surviving attacks from enemies as long as you have that one ring, right? Let me pump this up. Gotta pump up that magical sound shower. There we go. So because of that, it's really hard to bring difficulty to Sonic levels, right? Because again, the strength of Sonic is replaying levels over and over again, right? Because then you can feel like, oh my god, these levels are so much like, you know, there's so much stuff to them. You can beat them so much faster and so much more skillfully as you learn them, right? So like Sonic 1 is interested in killing you, but also it's interested in making the experience very very forgiving because you can't see too much further ahead. And the game wants you to like speed on without like worrying about like stopping every 2 seconds to be like, oh, am I going too fast? Am I gonna run into something? Right? And lose like a heart of health, like a precious heart of health. Because in Sonic it doesn't matter, right? If you run into an enemy, it doesn't matter too much because you can just like get more rings. It's only like repeated mistakes, right, that are punishable. Or ideally that's the case, but you know, Sonic has it's very easy to get crushed in Sonic. That's also why a lot of Sonic levels do not have like death pits, right? That's why there's like the different alternate paths, right? The different tiers of alternate paths. Is because if you just like fall, right? If you're going too fast and you couldn't avoid a pit, you just fall down to the lower tier, right? And you miss out on some rewards, but you get to still progress in the level and still finish it. Wow. Why was I saying all that? I forgot the point that I was gonna make about Sonic 2. But Sonic 2, right. The fact that Sonic 1 levels have a lot of levels, right. So the point that I was getting at is that these things are there in order to make the player go fast, but these things also mean that the game becomes too easy, right? It gets hard to bring difficulty because of these things, right? Because the game wants to be forgiving, so so the player can run fast without without caring too much. So because of that, they were insecure. Like, is it okay for players to go fast all the time? Is it okay for the game to be like this? So they added stuff like a Marble Zone, right? In order to slow the player down. Because if you see a Marble Zone, it's all like right angles, right? It's all like right angles. There's none of these slopes here in Marble Zone, other than in the very beginning and the very end of the zone. But when you're in the middle of it, it's all platforming with these like right angles, right? And this means that Sonic never like picks up a lot of speed, which means that you can test the player on more like traditional platforming stuff, like pushing blocks and, you know, dodging spikes and doing more careful platforming. But that means that you're also like foregoing the one unique thing that Sonic has, right? Which are slopes. That is like the one Sonic thing, you know? That is the one thing that defines Sonic, it's slopes, right? And I think that the games just kind of feel like very lacking once you're foregoing slopes too much in them. You have to consider them, you have to put them in. And so Sonic 2 does a thing in which it has like reinterpretations of the slow levels in Sonic 1, right? The levels that were, yes, Sonic 2. In Sonic 2, you have like reinterpretations of levels like Marble and Labyrinth, right? Which were levels created just to slow the player down, just to make them, just to force them, pra forçar eles a fazer plataforma mais tradicional, certo? Que são Oi, Mogambo! Que são Aquatic Ruins, certo? Aquatic Ruins é basicamente... Aquatic Ruins is basically like, hey, what if we did Labyrinth Zone from Sonic 1, right? But instead of making a level that's all about these slow elements, what if it was like a hybrid, right? So you have this hybrid approach throughout the entire game, in which you have levels that have like slower platforming to them, but also has like all the things that you like about Sonic, right? Which are the slopes. So, you know, Aquatic Ruins is kind of like, hey, if you don't stay in the upper path, you go down to the lower path, which is slower and has more like traditional platforming, right? A la Labyrinth Zone. You see the same thing in Hilltop Zone. Hilltop Zone is just Marble Zone, right? It's again a revisit of Marble Zone with the hybrid approach of like, levels don't have to be just about the slow elements or the fast elements, right? Here's Hilltop Zone, which has a ton of slopes also, but also, you know, you also go underground and, you know, have to do some actual like careful platforming, right? So you don't land into lava or spikes. So I think that's really successful about Sonic 2, right? I feel like that's them finally like being a bit more like what's the word? I always keep forgetting words. No, not courage. Confident. This is just them showing a confidence that they didn't have in Sonic 1, right? To be like, yes, this is what Sonic is about. Sonic is a different game than the rest, and we're gonna lean into that. I think that the fact that levels only have 2 acts also means that you get a bigger variety of levels. So you know, it's just like it just like has more things going on for it, right? I think that aesthetically it also is like way more snazzier than Sonic 1. Like you have the corkscrews, where is it? In Emerald Hill, you have like those corkscrew things that are like really cool and you can see Sonic on 3D angles. No, Mogambo. I don't agree with that. I'm saying what Sonic 2 is better than Sonic 1 4. I do like Sonic 1 a lot. I do think that Sonic 2 improves on the thing on a few ways, but also I think that there are problems too. I think that the special stages, at least in the original version of Sonic 2, they're very rough. They're very demanding. You can, like, they allow you to like do like one mistake basically, and your mistake that you do cannot be very big. You need to be near perfect in order to like beat these special stages or play it in 2-player. They're so strict. They're so strict. They're really strict. It's fun. Like the perspective is fun. The pseudo 3D thing is very fun, right? Like if you compare it to like other Mega Drive games before Sonic 2 that were trying to do like a pseudo 3D thing. Like Sonic 2 is so much more successful than things like Super Thunderblade, right? But the special stages are just like so strict, and I don't like that. That it's that you take rings to the checkpoints, right? Yeah. Like the idea of having the special stages being checkpoints instead of the end of the level. You know, on paper it's good, right? Because it means that you don't have to like play extremely carefully, which I think is like not an interesting way to play Sonic, right? To be like extremely careful, to be like, oh my god, it can't go too fast, otherwise I'm gonna lose my rings, right? Because I mean, aren't the rings there just so players can like lose them, right? Isn't it there so players don't like game over quickly in the game? So the whole thing with like grabbing a bunch of rings to get them to the special stage, I think it's like something that could work if it was something that would only interest like oh, thanks for the pad, Bagamba. I think it's something that works if it's like to give a reward to players that do not get hit in Sonic is like a good thing, right? But I think it needs to be a reward that is only of interest to like experienced players. And that's kind of like the problem of Sonic 1 and 2, I think, is that in Sonic 1, you know, you want to grab a bunch of rings and to not lose them, and you know, kind of de-incentivizes you to go fast, so you can get to the special stages, because the special stages are the only places in the game that you can get continues. And you know, if you're an experienced player, you don't need the extra continues, you don't need the extra lives. But if you're a beginner player, you do need them. So in Sonic 1, you know, a beginner player will most likely just collect a bunch of rings and you know, try the special stages to get continues, instead of just like playing in a more carefree manner. And in Sonic 2, it also incentivizes this kind of play, because rarely you ever get like 50 rings to a checkpoint, right? Like you really need to scavenge these levels in order to get 50 rings and bring them to the checkpoint. You need to know where exactly the rings are, where the checkpoints are. And I don't think that's super fun, especially with how strict the special stages are. I think that it really like stops the momentum of the game a bit. It stops the pacing of the game a bit. So I think that's an issue that I have with Sonic 2. I do like Super Sonic. Super Sonic is great. I think it's a great reward for getting all the Chaos Emeralds. I like that it's like that rings drain out of Sonic, right? So like, you know, so in Sonic 2 you have this push and pull between like collecting rings or going fast, right? With Super Sonic. That is fun. Yeah, nice ring count. Especially because they revamped the way. Yeah, don't worry, I got you, because he got the 10-box ring here, right? I like that in Sonic 2. So the way that you get continues in Sonic 1 is that you go to a special stage and grab 50 rings inside the special stage, right? But in Sonic 2, what I think is really cool is that the way to get continues is that when you finish a stage, let me see if I can get to the end of a stage here real quick. So here he is, defeating Robotnik. Let's see the score tally, please. See, right here. Time bonus and ring bonus, right? And the ring bonus is decided by the number of rings that you have times 100. And the time bonus is dependent on the timer that you get when you finish a stage. So if you finish a stage in under 30 seconds, you get 50,000 points. In under 50 seconds, it's 10,000 points, and so on, right? And so if the sum of the time and ring bonus is equal to 10,000 or more, you automatically gotta continue, right? So I think that's you know, I feel like that shows an understanding of the appeal of Sonic, of playing Sonic, right? Where it's not, you know, in Sonic 1, the game kind of like pushes beginners towards like, hey, collect a bunch of rings and do not lose them, right? Which I think is like makes the game like very boring to play if you're playing that way. If you're being all like overzealous about not losing rings. You know, if you're like stopping all the time, going like, I cannot pick too much speed because otherwise, what if I run into an enemy or whatever? In Sonic 2, they're like, you know, they want you to both go fast, but also collect a good amount of rings, right? And depending on the level, if a level is more like fast-paced, right? It's also like a great balancing act. Because like levels can be either like faster paced like Emerald Hill and shorter, right? Which then means that you're gonna prioritize the time bonus, you know, over the ring bonus, or they can be longer and more platforming based, and more about, you know, not getting hit, which then you prioritize the ring bonus instead. So I think the reworked way to get continues from Sonic 2 is way better than in Sonic 1. It shows a better understanding of like of the game. I think that hunting for the Chaos Emeralds kind of like defeats this a bit, where you don't worry about this stuff anymore. If you're hunting for the Chaos Emeralds, you don't worry about continues anymore because you're not getting continues. Because every time you enter a special stage, you waste 50 rings to get in anyway, so you're never gonna get a lot of rings. And you're also not gonna beat the stages fast because you're gonna be scouring the level, getting rings. And I think this is why I think that like the special stages being in checkpoints kind of like makes the pacing of the game so much worse, right? Because you're just like spending so much time in these levels collecting rings and depositing them at checkpoints to get another chance at the special stages. And these special stages are so strict. And I think you all know what I'm gonna say next. I think that Sonic 2 is a great game. Better than Sonic 1 in a lot of ways. Until you finish Mystic Cave. Mystic Cave is the last good level. Oil Ocean is when the quality of the level design starts dipping down a bit. It's like, but Oil Ocean is still okay. It's just like kind of like not super well designed, right? I think that it's a pretty level. I think that the problems with it is that it's like, it constantly has these elevators where you go up and down and go left and right and left. And it's like really confusing with the design of Sonic, right? Where you're just like going really fast and, you know, have multiple tiers. So when you're shooting yourself off somewhere, you know, when you're going really fast and shooting yourself to a new place, it's like, what's the way forward? Right? Like, look at this guy. Look, you have to go leftwards here and up. It's really confusing. So you constantly get these, like, confusing things about Oil Ocean, where it's just like, where do I have to go now? Do I have to go left? Do I have to go right? There's also, like, a ton of spikes. It's so mean about spikes in this level. Whenever you're going to the cannons, to the cannon launcher, there's like 2 spikes next to the cannon launcher. It's really mean. But otherwise, it's an okay level, right? There are fun gimmicks in this level. Yeah, absolutely, Gamma Chris. And then you have Metropolis Zone, which is just mean. Metropolis Zone is just so mean. All the enemies in this stage are just so mean. They're all designed to just catch you off guard and just fuck you up. All these enemies, right? There's so many traps in this stage. And it's just so slow and it's labyrinthian. And you don't know when the level ends. There's like no like good indicators of your progress in the level. Especially because these levels wrap themselves vertically, so you don't have a sense of like what's up and down, right? Am I at the top of the level? Am I at the bottom of the level? Am I at the beginning of the level? Am I at the end of the level? And it's 3 acts, exactly! It's so mean. It's 3 acts of this. Not only it's like a really like slow-paced and really mean level, but also there's 3 acts of it. And then there's Sky Chase, which is like fun the first time through, and then on repeated playthroughs you're like snoring through it. And then you have Wing Fortress, which is just like another case of like extremely mean level. That's right, Joker. Thank you, Joker. We're talking about Sonic 2. We're reviewing Sonic 2. Wing Fortress is so bad. Wing Fortress is so bad. It's such a bad level because like the whole idea of Sonic not having death pits, right, is because you're moving very fast. So it's hard to avoid pits, right, when you're going fast like Sonic does. And here's a level that is entirely over a big death pit. Here's a level that you have to like extremely be careful and not pick enough speed. Also, exacerbated by this thing right here. This thing is bugged. On Sonic 2, this thing is bugged. This thing doesn't work the way that it should. If you're holding forward on these... See, this guy did not hold forward. This guy is smart. This guy, like, keeps the D-pad, doesn't touch the D-pad once he gets on this. But if you're holding forward at all, the air speed cap kicks in as you're flying in midair like this, right? The air speed cap kicks in if you hold forward, right? Sonic will start air walking and fall down like this. Instead of being launched like this, Sonic just falls down like this. It's so mean. It's so mean. Wing Fortress is just so incredibly mean. Thank you for the follow, Joker Trickster. We have a follower goal going on. If we get 500 followers, we're gonna play the entirety of Sonic Adventure. So if you're not following me already, make sure to follow me. Yeah. It's a really mean level. There's fun things about him. I like Wing Fortress aesthetically. I like the music. I like the kind of like narrative gravita that you have. You get points, Joker. You get points and you can use them and redeem them. I just wish that Wing Fortress was a fun level, you know? That's all that I wish. And then there's Death Egg, which is... I like this battle with Silver Sonic. I like this boss battle a lot. Silver Sonic is a great boss battle. Or Mecha Sonic Mark 1, as his official name is. I like it a lot. But then you have this battle. And this battle is just like so anticlimactic and the hitbox is bugged. So sometimes you try hitting him and you go through him and you die because there's no rings to the level. So like, you get really afraid of hitting him because of it. Because like, you don't know when the bugged hitbox is going to kill you. And so you just like take this boss so slowly. It's like this boss is anti-Sonic. It is like anti-everything that is good about Sonic, right? There's no slopes, there's no momentum, there's no rings to mitigate damage. It's just like, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. This final boss really is incredibly bad. But yeah, in general, I would say, you know, before Oil Ocean, I would say Sonic 2 better than Sonic 1. Right? Like, roughly. Yeah, no rings, just, it's so mean. Before Oil Ocean, I'd go like, Sonic 2 is like, at the same quality, if not better than Sonic 1, right? There's a lot of improvements here, there's a lot of like, understandings of what Sonic is as a game that this first game did not entirely have. Even though, like, I don't think Emerald Hill is as fun as Green Hill. And then it goes downhill from Oil Ocean forwards. But I do think that Sonic 2 is great. Even though the special stage is like really strict. The special stages were less strict. And again, this is why I say the mobile version, right? Play the mobile, like I said, beginners play the mobile version of Sonic 1. I would recommend everyone to play the mobile version of Sonic 2 because not only I think the problems here with Wing Fortress, right, with the bugged launcher in Wing Fortress and with the bugged hitbox here in Death Egg, both of these things are fixed in the mobile version. It's widescreen so you can see further ahead also. And the special stages are so much better, right? Because the special stages are rendered in actual 3D. So like you can see obstacles coming in ahead way further and way more like smoothly than in the Mega Drive version. And so like they're still strict in the mobile version, but it's like way more doable, way easier because of it. I think Tails is slightly more responsive too in the mobile version. The special stages really are fun in the mobile version. I'm still not super a big fan of like scavenging the levels to get 50 rings and to like know where each checkpoint is. But like getting Super Sonic early in the mobile version is super doable, you know? Oh, it has lowered ring counts? Okay, that explains it, why I found it so much easier also. So yeah, this is our review of Sonic 2. Gosh, how do I how do I fit this together into one short review? Let's see. I think it shows improvements over Sonic 1. I don't think the other games are going to take us this long to dissect. I think it shows improvements over Sonic 1. The levels are more confident in their ability to be more confident in their hybrid approach. Yeah, you can get Supersonic at the end of Emerald Hill, right? Like you can get them that's what I like about the approach of like the checkpoints. Special stages via checkpoints, that you can like get Supersonic really fast. If you want to. Like you can get all the Chaos Emerald in Emerald Hill 1 and then, you know, don't worry about it for the rest of the game. So I do think that there's strengths to that approach. The levels are more confident in their hybrid approach, in which they can comprise of fast and slow mechanics. In one cohesive level, whereas Sonic 1 split them apart. There's a lot of variety. And iterations on Sonic 1's ideas that are welcome. However, ultimately, I think I prefer Sonic 1 a bit more due to Sonic 2's frustrating elements sticking out a lot. Every level after Mystic Caves, special stages, some fortunate bugs and glitches. Mobile version helps a lot in the letter to frustrations and is highly recommended. So I think it's another case of 4 stars. I don't know why the stars here look like this. Why do they look like this? Ah, okay, there we go. It's because I had it in... Oh, weird. This is my review of Sonic 2. Do y'all agree? Do y'all disagree with this? I think ultimately it is close to the level of quality of Sonic 1. This is fair? Yeah. Alright. Next game we're gonna review is Revenge of Shinobi. We gotta move on a bit faster here. So I played Revenge of Shinobi. It took me 3 streams, I think. This was a game that took me a long time. Like, see? Revenge of Shinobi, Revenge of Shinobi Revengeance, Return of the Revenge of Shinobi, Final Bout. You cannot miss kunai shots. Actually, instead of using a long play, I'm just gonna use my own playthrough to... Oh, thanks for the water bottle, Cameron. Alright. Thank you so much. Let me take another sip, actually. Actually, before we begin with Revenge of Shinobi, hold on a second. I need to try something out. Let me see. Can I do this? Hold on. I need to check something real quick. Oh well, can I really not do this? Ah, damn it. Oh, hold on. Ah, okay, hold on. I might be able to do it now. Give me just a second. I'm very sorry about this. About leaving y'all hanging. I want to try something out that I've seen on another stream. You give me just a little second. Oh, hold on. I'm getting it. Aha. Okay. So, do you see a new icon here on the stream? On the stream overlay, do you see a new icon on the right side? Do y'all see it? There's a new icon there, I think. There should be a new icon there. Quiz Kit. That is exactly it. Click on it. Click on it. Give it permission to use your username. You don't see? Rusty sees it, right? You see it, Rusty? Maybe refresh if you don't see it. You see it? Alright. Here, I'm gonna run a test quiz. Ah, there it is. You see it? Test quiz. Yeah, you see it? You have to click on the stream. Correct answers gain points, wrong answer lose points. The quicker you answer, the more points you lose. Not answering does not affect your points. The player with the most points at the end is the winner. Hold on, let me adjust myself a bit. No, that's not me. Aha, there I am. Alright, I'm just gonna run this as a little test. Here's the first question. What is 2 plus 2? Can you answer this one? This is a toughie, everyone. Nebraska? Quick, if you have to click on the stream. You have to click on one of these answers on stream. The faster you answer, the more points you get. Seven? You did it? Alright. Let's see if you got the right answer. As the space area music plays. The answer. 8 of you answered 4. 2 of you answered 3. If you picked 3, that is the wrong answer. Who is Napoleon Bonaparte? You were so sure. You get it next time. Okay, so it is working. Interesting. Oh, I can also show the score so far. Alright. Next question going up. What is Strawberry? Is she cute, cuter, cute-like, or cutest? This is just a test stream. This is just a test quiz to see if it's working. You're gonna get so many points. Nice. Alright, you better have the right answer. Remember, the fastest you answer, the more points you get. Or the more points you lose, that's right. If you answer really fast but the answer is wrong, you're gonna lose points. Alright, 10 people answered cutest. That is the right answer. Cuter and cute-like are almost the right answer, but not quite. Not quite the answer that we're looking for. Ba-da-ba-ba. Do not like that the quiz kind of like is above my face here. Doesn't work on mobile? Ah, that's a shame. I'm so sorry, Cameron. You got the points. Here's the final results. Rusty Retro with the biggest score of all at 32k points. 2 anonymous contestants almost got the right point. Almost got the right amount. It was really close. Really close. Really close here. But Rusty Retro got it. Alright. Anyway, I ran this. I ran this quick test because we're actually gonna do a quiz now over the games that we've played throughout the year. I'm glad to know that this one worked because now we're gonna go to the Rio test. Throughout the stream, we're gonna like pepper these answers in. You're not ready? You better be ready. You better be ready because here it comes. Since we're on Revenge of Shinobi, yeah, you have to grant access so you can get the name. Since we're gonna talk about Revenge of Shinobi, here comes the Revenge of Shinobi question. Yeah, enable the plugging access. Again, these are the rules. Alright. Which of these characters, or very close resemblance of them, does not appear in any version of Revenge of Shinobi? Is it Godzilla? Is it Spider-Man? Is it Sonic the Hedgehog? Or is it the Terminator? Answer carefully now. If you've answered Godzilla, you are not correct. If you answered Spider-Man, you're also not correct. If you answered Sonic the Hedgehog, you are correct. Sonic the Hedgehog does not appear in Revenge of Shinobi. However, Godzilla, Spider-Man, and the Terminator do appear in Revenge of Shinobi. Spider-Man officially appears. The Terminator and Godzilla kind of like on the down low, you know? As we go through these games here on the stream, as they come up, I'm gonna load up the questions on the quiz. So don't leave, because these points are gonna be cumulative throughout the stream. Legally distinct enemies, that's right. Here, I can even show you. Here, band bosses: Spider-Man, Batman, Godzilla, Rambo, and the Terminator. These are all characters in Revenge of Shinobi. Hold on. See? Oh right, I have to turn off the stream overlay. Hold on a second. Oh, is this stream overlay still on? You can turn it off? Give me a second. Should have thought of that. In fact, hold on. Let's show the score so far. It's gone over my face. Here's the scores. Let's note them down for future reference. I'm not gonna be able to do it the way that I wanted to. Oh well. The scores are gonna be imaginary, I think. Yeah, you got negative points for the wrong answer. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to like start the quiz. Start the quiz multiple times, right? But anyway, yeah, you got the Terminator here. He turns green like the Hulk in Revenge of Shinobi. You also have Spider-Man. Like literally, this is just Spider-Man. Oh, I'm so sorry, Claire. Maybe on the next question he should. Yeah, and then here's Godzilla. And then, yeah, he turns into Batman. Depending on the version, he just turns into Devilman instead. Yeah, if you defeat Spider-Man, he turns into Batman. Like, see? It's Batman. And then Godzilla is also here. Sonic does not appear in Revenge of Shinobi, especially because Sonic came out 2 years after Revenge of Shinobi. Revenge of Shinobi is 89. Sonic 1 is 91. Vivi, I think the team was told to take inspiration from like movies at the time. And I think the team misheard the director and thought that they just meant, oh, just copy them wholesale. But yeah, Revenge of Shinobi. Yeah, they changed some of the bosses here to avoid copyright. So Godzilla became a skeleton, you see, and Batman became Devilman. Let's listen to some Revenge of Shinobi as we review Revenge of Shinobi. Alright, so Revenge of Shinobi. It's a game... what can I say about Revenge of Shinobi? Basically, you have kunai, right? You see here how I have 6 kunai? If you're close by an enemy, you do a melee attack, which does not waste kunai. But if you're farther away from them, you use kunai, which are a very important resource. What I would say about Revenge of Shinobi is that it is a game all about resource management. You know, you have kunai, you have jutsu, which are special skills that you can collect. This one grants invincibility. This one makes you does like a screen clearer attack. This one makes you jump really high. And then this one is the most interesting of them, which kills you. this jutsu kills you. It's a very useful skill, but this jutsu kills you in exchange for dealing a lot of damage for all the enemies in the area. And also, you don't restart the level, right? You lose a life, but you just like return where you are exactly, right? Instead of like having to go through a game over screen or whatever, or to like a stage start kind of like thing, right? So it's like a very useful like last resort for you to use. So you can like keep in a boss, right? Without having to like redo a level. Yeah. It's a very unique action game, I would say. Like, I feel like a lot of action games aren't really like Revenge of Shinobi at all. Revenge of Shinobi really is a game about like not wasting your resources. Like, see, I've used up all my kunai like a chump. And once you're out of kunai, the game gets really, really tough. Like, you do not want to not have kunai, right? So you're like constantly managing these resources, including your own life, right? Your own life becomes a resource for you to use. Because now you're like managing like, okay, I have little life left. I could use Mijin for a lot of damage. Because I think I'm gonna get hit and die, right? On this boss. Like, you're at a boss and you have little health, but you're like, well, I think the boss is also ready to die, right? So it's more advantageous for me to use Mijin than to gamble, right? So it's very interesting. It's also extremely unfair. It's a very tough game. It's a very unfair game. There's a ton of stuff that you can't see coming. There's a ton of stuff that's really hard. This whole maze area here is so bad. I hate it so much because it's all about memorizing what each of the doors lead you to and what's the right path through this maze. The music is banging though. Man, I really hated this maze. I had to look up on a map. I needed to look up on the internet on a map online to see where each of the rooms led me towards. There's a ton of like really difficult jumps. Doing a double jump, so your guy here can double jump, but it requires a really specific timing on the apex of your jump in order to do a double jump. Like, see right here. I'm gonna fail this jump. This is the hardest jump in the whole game. I have no idea. Oh, I'm dropping a lot of frames in this VOD. This jump right here. This jump sucks so bad. I don't know why they made it so hard. Here's me like trying to figure out how to jump right. Oh, did I do it? Nope, I did not do it. I think that you get like you get like stuck here for like 15 minutes trying to figure out because it's so precise. Double jumping also like has, it's difficult to do it consistently. There's such a tight timing to it. Is the audio too loud, by the way? But it is also a game that is unique. I think audio is fine. All right. It's a very unique game. You don't really get action games that are like Revenge of Shinobi. I would argue that Shinobi 3 is not like Revenge of Shinobi at all. And it's definitely one of those games. Yeah, you're right, Juju. It's definitely one of these games that is like unfair until it's not. You know what I mean? This game is like so unfair. Like the moment that you encounter a new situation, you're like, how the heck do I do this? Until you realize what you have to do, and it's like, okay, there are ways around it, right? There are so many situations in this game that's just like completely unfair until you realize that you have ways around it, right? Because you have all the jutsus. Or like things like enemies off screen, right? Sometimes there will be enemies off screen. Oh shoot, I do want to become famous. Like sometimes there will be an enemy that's like slightly off screen and they can hit you, right? Before you can see an enemy, the enemy shoots a kunai at you. And you're like, what the heck? How was I supposed to see that? Until you realize that when an enemy is hittable, even if it's off screen, when an enemy can hit you, you can also hit them. Right? It's very satisfying. So like you start figuring out like, okay, well, when I enter new situations, right? Situations that I'm not familiar with, I should just kind of like blindly use a few kunai, right? I should just throw a few kunai just to make sure that the area is safe, right? Like do a few steps in, throw a kunai, and then proceed, right? I think that's great. I think it's great. It's a great feeling of like every time you reach a new situation in this game, it's just like you're just like, how do I do this? There's no way around this. This is unfair. Until you like stick around it for a little bit, and then you realize, wait a minute, there are ways for me to handle this, right? There's this level here. This level stopped my progress when I first started playing Revenge of Shinobi. This one. This level is like the epitome of unfairness. This one. Until you realize that you can use Fujin here. And once you use Fujin to make your jump height a lot bigger, suddenly this level is like doable, right? Because look at this, look at this. There's just like off-screen lasers coming at you, right? That you just cannot see. But then once you realize that you can do Fujin, you can skip so much of the level, right? And the level just becomes doable. It's like, oh wait, this level is almost like it's you can argue that it's kind of like unfair on purpose, right? To force you to use Fujin, which is this spell that makes you jump really high. And once you use that, it's like, oh wait, this level is like really doable actually. This level is like suddenly like fun. Like look at this, I'm done with it. You got all the weird cameos, unlicensed cameos also, that's fun. The music is great. The game keeps throwing you into unfamiliar situations. Into like different situations, right? You know, how you have all these like cool things like, you know, here's a waterfall that you have to do platforming in. There's like an airship or like a factory. So like every level feels different, you know? Gosh, what else can I say about Revenge of Shinobi? Do you all have opinions on Revenge of Shinobi? Have you all played Revenge of Shinobi? Oh, this is Shinobi 3. That's right. I'm looking back at my own playthrough of Revenge of Shinobi. This maze at the end sucks. Hello, Neo Ant One. do you have Revenge of Shinobi opinions to share? I think the final boss is so funny. I see, hand up stand. This final boss is it's so funny. This final boss is it's again, it's this theme throughout the game that the game is completely unfair until it is not, right? So like this final boss, just like that building level before, it's kind of impossible until you realize it's like, oh wait, when you get a power up, there's a little power up that's like a POW, right? Like a little box that says POW. Once you collect it, your attacks threefold in damage, right? They don't double in damage, they threefold. So if you have the POW, which I have here, right? Like here's me playing with this boss. The whole mechanic with this boss is this: there's your girlfriend here, and there's a crusher, right? There's a crusher coming down to crush her. So you have to like balance beating this boss and also like throwing kunai here to stop the crusher. Because like beyond here is a switch that stops the crusher for a few seconds, right? So you have to like fight the boss and then just like occasionally like go back and kunai here so the crusher doesn't go down. So the strategy here that you want to employ really is that you want to get the POW at the end of the level right before the boss, and then use the Ikazuchi spell, the Ikazuchi Jutsu, to make you invincible. You know, it doesn't make you invincible. It like creates like a barrier that resists a few hits, right? And you technically don't take damage as the barrier takes damage. So you do that to keep POW, right? Because POW, the thing that triples your damage, goes away once you get hit once. So that way you can get hit and not lose your POW. So like this boss is like, it's like insane, right? Like a bunch of these attacks are like really difficult to dodge. Like near impossible to dodge. But then you use Ikazuchi and you start attacking this boss, right? With the POW, with your triple damage. And look at this. See, there's the crusher here. There you go, I defeated it! Like this quickly, right? Before you know that you're supposed to use the POW to retain the POW, right? This boss is like impossible. So like there's this constant theme in Revenge of Shinobi where every new thing that you face seems completely impossible. Until like you're forced to realize what the right strategy is. And I like that a lot. Games aren't really designed that way nowadays because, you know, people find that frustrating. And it is a bit frustrating. But it's also like so much fun to like have the realization, right? To have the realization that you can do it. It's so fun to like figure out it's like, wait a minute, this is doable. You can do this thing, right? Revenge of Shinobi gives you so many resources for you to play around with. Yeah, the impossible. Yeah, I was talking about it before you came in, Neon One. I hate that jump so much. So let's write our review here of Revenge of Shinobi. An action game that you don't see made anymore. It's really mean-spirited. Whoops, hold on. Until it isn't. Until you realize what you have to do. It's really mean-spirited and unfair. The game gives you a lot of resources to try out and figure out answers to the unfairness it throws at you. I really don't like some of the jumps. Though, and I really don't like the maze at the end. I am allergic to being forced to memorize stuff. I love the feeling of conquering things that seem unfair at first, and this is a game all about that over and over. I think that for Revenge of Shinobi, I'll give it 3 stars. Oh right, I should also say the music slaps, of course. I think that on my rating, right? Again, here's Neo on 1, here's my rating here. 3 stars is like, it to me is a game that I like a lot. But it has like a few issues that kind of like get on my nerves a little bit. Revenge of Shinobi, to me, it seems like a game that's really close to 4 stars to me. I feel like a lot of people would be like, this game sucks. But I really actually do like it a lot. I like the stuff about it that is a bit abrasive. But I really do like it. I think that some of the stuff, even after you conquer it, is still kind of like unfun to do. Some of the dock jump, the jump at the Chinese level also, right? At the buildings. I think it's great. I think it's a 3 star. Next game, Bonk's Adventure. Let's listen to the Bonk's Adventure soundtrack also, so we can judge the music also, right? I love that PC Engine sound, you know? I love this PC Engine sound. So what was our experience with Bonk? It's a fun platformer. I like the different head power-ups a lot. I like the feeling of like bonking against something. Right, of like having to jump and then like press B to like make Bonk like turn 360 degrees, turn 180 degrees, you know? I like the aesthetics. Like, look at this moon. This moon is cool. Bonk is very expressive, right? I like that a lot about Bonk. Bonk is like incredibly expressive, like in all of his animations, right? Yeah, that is the moon. The moon is very, very close. Nice parallax here too with the moon. It has really fun aesthetics. I like the music. I like the graphics a lot. Bonk really has a level of expressiveness that is, you know, even Sonic cannot really like compare to the level of expressiveness, right? Uktar. Oh, do I want to know what that is? I'm not that familiar with the Mario cartoon. Yeah, it's just I love the expression that he gets when he gets hit. The music is great. I really do like the music. Do y'all like the music? I do like the music here. Maybe lower it down a little bit. Let's see. I love just like bonking my head against the ground. Just like everything freezes, right? Once you get the power up. Round, that's right. I love the looming backgrounds, right? I love that the tower at the end keeps looming in the background and the moon also keeps looming in the background. It's very good. Disgusting chef boy. uh let's see. Man, the big point of resistance to Bonk, right? I think was the boss rush, right? I think this is the boss rush. Yeah, the boss rush took me a long time to beat. No, that wasn't the boss rush yet. God, I love this also, right? It's just like, it's so looming, right? It's so like, there's something wrong here that you gotta fix. There's something, you know, about to happen here. I like this section too. It feels very satisfying to like combo bonks, right? You can like keep bonking the same enemy over and over in the air. And it's very satisfying to do that. This music is great. This music really is great. The platforming is not great. I remember having some trouble with this section because like there's like a bit of like resistance to Bonk's jumping. A bit of like a few starting frames to Bonk's jumping. And I remember this boss rush situation being frustrating. But I think it was frustrating because I didn't realize that there were like hidden items here. Like if you bonk your head here in these corridors, there's hidden items here that replenish your health. And it makes these boss battles way easier. There's also the final boss. The final boss is a bit frustrating too. There's also Princess Za. Princess Za is cool. Princess Za is much cuter. Yeah, when she's evil. Look at her. She's so cool when she's evil, and then when you turn her good, it's boring. Look, this is her good. Yeah, I do think I like Bonk's Adventure better than Bonk's Revenge. I think Bonk's Adventure plays better than Bonk's Revenge, but we'll get there. Oops, I didn't mean to do this. This final boss isn't great. Yeah, I remember this final boss being a pain in the ass a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna die here. Yeah, I have no health. Look at that. Man, the music is great. The thing about this boss too is that the hitbox is weird. I think you're supposed to hit the nose, but it's like weird because if you hit it too much to the left or right, or you know, like then it like, see right here, like I feel like I'm hitting it dead on, but you're supposed to hit like at the top of it. It's very awkward. I remember that being very awkward. Again, it is a game that gets better as you learn. It is a game that gets easier as you learn it. Yeah, but like, look at this. The hitbox is just like completely crazy. And then the second phase is really bad too. Like you have to manage these like homing tridents. Yeah, like look at this. Look at this mess. It's really hard to manage. You can like consecutively bonk this guy's nose, right? Because once you bonk him, he starts flying away, right? Let's see if I can get to him again. Yeah, like once you bonk him, he flies away and then he returns. And when he flies away, you can like consecutively bonk him. And that's fun. But if it really does feel like it's a stroke of luck whether you do it or not. Do y'all have bonk opinions? Bonk's adventure opinions? Let's write a review. It's fun and short and sweet, but yeah. Sweet, bonking, doing bonking combos in midair is fun as hell. But it's hard to write these reviews because I played this game in March, February. Some enemies move erratically. Some bosses' hitboxes are weird, which makes bonking them difficult. And makes you eat damage for no good reason. But it's a game that has a ton of small secrets that help you a lot to help the game be easier. Be a ton easier. When you know of them. Do I have much else to say about Bonk? Right. Bonk is really expressive, graphics are cute, and the music is great too. Bonk-sama. Yeah, I think that's all that I have to say about Bonk. I think that's all that you have to say about Bonk. I think that it's a 3-star. Ultimately, I think it's a 3-star. Oops. Return to Bonk. Oh yeah, and also like the jumping, right? Here, I'll add it here, but for jumping, can have a bit too much resistance to it. Some enemies will makes bonking them difficult, yeah. Yeah, Revenge of Shinobi is like a high 3. Bonk's Adventure is more like a middle 3, right? So just because two games are in the 3-star category doesn't mean that they're of the same caliber. Revenge of Shinobi is like really close to a 4, you know what I mean? Klonoa Door to Phantom Isle. And Klonoa has a great soundtrack. Oh, listen to this. Oh, I'm bonking. I'm bonking a lot. Klonoa is so good. Evernion Klonoa is so good. Wait, I didn't mean to close this. This is me playing the prototype, but I think it should give you a pretty good idea of the actual game also. And the music is good. Hold on, the video is like, okay, there it is. So Klonoa. Klonoa is a 2.5D platformer game. We've played this on stream. You inflate enemies and then you can carry them. Right? Kachang! Oh, that's me using the prototype. Because like the prototype has debug mode, right? So this is just me like doing super moon jumping. But you can't do that on the game. But see, you can... The mechanics are that you get enemies and then you can inflate them. And you can throw them once they're inflated, or you can throw them downwards for a double jump. It's a very simple game. Oh yeah, also this super speed is also something from the prototype. Man, Klonoa. I love Klonoa. Do y'all have opinions on Klonoa? I love the 2.5D. I think that it creates like a sense of space to Klonoa that is really interesting. Never played Klonoa. Like levels feel like spaces, right? Like levels feel like real 3D spaces that you're traversing all over the place. Maybe I should stream the PS2 game sometime. But like, see, like everything that you see here, right? Like you see this windmill here. This right here. This wooden path here in the windmill. This is like a piece of the level that you visit way later, right? Klonoa is filled with that kind of stuff, right? Where it's just like, every piece of geometry isn't just there for decoration, right? This windmill isn't just here for decoration. Like, it's cool looking, it sets the atmosphere, it makes this feel like a real place. But also, you literally just, later on in the level, you just go through this windmill. It's like part of the level, right? And Klonoa is so good about that. Like constantly, right? Like you're just going left to right, but like because it's a 2.5D, you get a sense of like actually exploring these places, right? You get a sense that these are places and not just like little slices of a 2D game. You know, because when you do like 2D gameplay in a 3D environment, you know, like the artificiality of 2D feels it's so good. The artificiality of 2D feels even more like it puts it into it makes it makes it really artificial, right? It the abstraction of 2D, right? Just suddenly doesn't work well when when all the sprites and when all the graphics are 3D. So this 2.5D approach is really good at masking that, right? This is just me still playing with the debugged prototype stuff, right? Like yeah, like you just like levels just kind of like circle around them, like so like you circle around this structure, you circle around that giant statue, and then you go over it, and then you jump off of it to proceed in the level. And I love that. It just again, it just like makes it feel like you're really going through a 3D space, right? And not just like going through a slice of it, like a predetermined 2D slice. Because like in 2D games that are set in 3D, so often you're just like, wait a minute, why can't I just like go around this thing, right? You're constantly going like, wait a minute, why can't I go into the foreground here? And Klonoa, the Klonoa environments are just like so well constructed into like making it make sense. Making these things make sense, like, yes, this is the only way forward, right? We're going this way because it is the way that makes sense here. If you think too hard about it, you're like, what kind of world only has like, you know, is only on these like pathways, right? It has no open areas, but you know, I think it works, and I think it shows like the strength of 2.5D in creating environments that have the strengths of an action game, of a 2D action game, with the strengths of 3D, which is, you know, like the feeling of like spatiality, right? The you know, it manages to bank on the non-flatness of 3D while still having like the precise 2D gameplay that you would want from a platformer. When it comes to the game itself, it's kind of simple, right? It's not a really involving action game. It's a simple game. There is no like big skill curve or skill ceiling to Klonoa. It's not like Sonic where there's like, you know, like the variable movement speed of Sonic, right? The momentum of Sonic creates a really high skill ceiling, right? Or there's, you know, a gradation on the way that you can tackle and be fast and stuff. Whereas Klonoa is, you know, it's a very like exact game. You know what I mean? It's a very like if you look at a speedrun of Klonoa, right? They're just playing the game. A speedrun of Klonoa consists of just playing the game normally. Because there isn't like a lot that you can do to like break things apart or like do things like really quickly. And of course there's also the story. I think that Klonoa is like really good at imparting a narrative. It's a simple narrative, right? But there's a touching twist ending at the end. Klonoa was the first time I've cried at a video game. It really just gets you out of nowhere, you know? It's almost cheap. Gosh, what else can I say? The bosses are fun. I like the bosses use the 2.5D for these circular arenas. Gosh, what else can I say about Klonoa? I think the pacing does get a bit slower. like around this part of the game, I think. Forlock, or rather the Sun Kingdom, I think. The Sun Kingdom most of all. The Forlock levels does halt the momentum a bit, but the Sun Kingdom levels, if you've played Klonoa. Has anyone played Klonoa in chat? The Sun Kingdom levels is like there's, you know, this level is fine, right? With the blue orbs, the blue and red and green and yellow orbs. This level is fine, but then there's this level right here. This level is really frustrating because there's this whole mechanic where it's like day and night, and then when it's night, you just can't do anything, right? Because like enemies become like these things that are invulnerable, and you can't like grab them or throw them. So you run into a lot of situations where you're just like, well, I just gotta wait until it's daytime again so I can proceed in the level. Again, I'm doing like moon jumpings here, and I'm going really fast in this because I'm playing the prototype, and the prototype has these debug functions. But you're not supposed to like run this fast or like do multiple moon jumps. Yeah. Like honestly, I don't think the rest of the game, like the rest of the game has some parts that are like that linger a bit, that are like slower paced, but I think like it works, it fits. But it's this level here in the Sun Kingdom that's like really like, man, this level like this level doesn't just linger. This level like stops. This level stops your momentum so much. I think that this is really the one big sore spot of Klonoa. I really like everything else about it. I don't think I have issues with the Moon Kingdom. Yeah, the Moon Kingdom also like kind of like lingers a little bit. Like again, starting from Forlock, the levels just start being a little bit too mazy and a little bit too labyrinthian. This is just me skipping the whole level. And a little too like, hey, do these switches, press these switches to proceed, and just like keep going in these parts. This Moon Kingdom level also is a little bit, especially if you don't remember like where you have to go next, right? There's points in this level where it's just like where you can get confused as to where to go next. Yeah, I agree. That's what I mean, right? With the low skill ceiling, it's a very low stakes game that doesn't have a big skill ceiling, but I think it makes up for it with just like the 2.5D. Oh, you like it better than Kirby? Interesting. I think that it makes up for it with the 2.5D. You know, like all the levels are like real. They feel like real environments, right? They don't feel like obstacle courses. They feel like environments that you're going around in, right? They don't feel like exactly real, but they feel they feel real adjacent. You know what I mean? You build a relationship to these places. I think that the story also works a lot to make this game really engaging. The story and the environment go well together, like hand in hand, right? Because like the gameplay of Klonoa is pretty simple, but I think that these things like elevate it and work together with it in really good ways. I like that you can like throw things into the background, right? So like at the beginning here, let's see. Let me increase the playback speed. The music is so good. Again, the music also ties together with the environments, with the levels and in the story to create like emotional attachment. Right here. right? You can throw, yeah, see how I threw this into the background? In the final game, there's like an item here that you can grab by throwing into the background here. I love that. I love that you can do that in Klonoa, right? Love that there are things, even if the perspective sometimes is like difficult to parse where exactly you should be shooting it from. I love that there is that, right? It's like it ties the mechanics of Klonoa into the 2.5D approach. Again, I love that everything that you see in the background isn't just for detail. It's like a part of the level, even if you don't realize it at first, right? And then like 5 minutes, 10 minutes later into the level, you're like, wait a minute, I'm at the windmill. I love that. Like, you know, like that door there had like the symbols of the different kingdoms, right? The things that you collect here on the HUD are the symbols for the kingdom. So like there's, you know, it creates this relationship to these spaces, right? Klonoa, it creates these relationships to like you feeling like these are like places in the story, right? That matter. That there's like a storytelling to the environments that you're in. This is me glitching out and managing to get to this piece of geometry using the debug tools. Ah man, I just think that it's just a really fun ride, right? It's not about like being the most mechanically satisfying. Good night, Mogambo. Thanks for hanging out. Klonoa is not about like being the most satisfying game. It is about like or the most satisfying game mechanically, right? It doesn't have like extremely like, you know, advanced mechanics or anything like that. It's just very simple game, but it's like very sad. It's just the execution is like so good. And I think the later levels do kind of get a little bit it does like slow down the pace. It does interrupt the pace. Let us write a review. Mechanically simple and with a low skill ceiling, but it's a combination of factors that really make it that really elevate it. The music, the storyline, which is simple but effective at keeping your attention and effective at keeping your attention and what do I want to say? Making you invested in it, in its environments, in its world. Its environments are pretty, and I love that you feel like you're exploring them fully. It uses the 2.5D wonderfully to trick you into feeling yeah, we do. I didn't think we were gonna I didn't think this was gonna take so long. I'm so sorry. I really should have. Gosh. This might be something that I have to do off stream. The environments are pretty. I love that you feel like you're exploring them fully. Uses wonderfully to trick you into feeling. This way. And dodging the artificiality of 2D. In 3D environments. The voice acting also helps. For the story to yeah, I think that this is our review. Oh, right. I should also know. The game loses. The game's pacing gets really affected in the Sun Kingdom. Adjacent levels. On Switch puzzles. On Switch and door puzzles. On door puzzles. Yeah, I think this is our review. Klonoa. It's at least a 4-star. But I want to give it 5. I do want to give it 5. I think that this level here in the Sun Kingdom really sucks. This level right here really sucks. I'm playing at 2x speed. It's just like this whole mechanic with dark and light, it just kind of sucks. I think we're gonna have to give it 4. I love this game. I love this game. I think that it ultimately is a 4-star. That's really close to 5. I might have to revisit this. Might have to revisit these scores, because I think that if this game doesn't receive 5, like I think that maybe like 3 games in the entire world will get 5 or something like that. You know, I really do feel very strongly about this game. And it's hard to justify it, right? Because it's like again, it's not very deep mechanically, right? Like mechanically, there's not a lot of things going on for it. It's not a lot that you get out of it when you're replaying it, but I really just love playing it, and I could play it a bunch of times. Which I think is a testament to the fact that even when the pacing gets affected, it doesn't get affected too much. You know what I mean? I want to give it 5. What do you think? What do you think? Anyone else that's played Klonoa? This is my rating, but you know, I want to talk with the audience about it. Let's leave it at 4. Man, there's a lot of games. I didn't think it was gonna take this long to go through each game. Five for effect. You know what, Edie? I trust you. Let's just give it 5. There you go. Next game is Super Mario 64, but specifically the Odyssey mod for it. Hold on, let me put it at normal speed. So the Odyssey mod, what does it do? Is that basically I don't have to explain Mario 64, but I do have to explain the mod here. I think everyone knows what Mario 64 is. But the Odyssey mod, what it does is that first of all you have Cappy, right? See here that Mario's hat has eyes. But the other thing that it does, why am I lingering around here? What am I doing? So yeah, this should show one of the things that it does, right? Like see, you have Cappy moves, you have the Cappy bounce. You can capture enemies with Cappy, which I really like the added movement mechanics here. So like you can collect multiple stars in one go. So like I am doing the Koopa race, but also now I'm fighting King Bob-omb, right? Koopa the crap. Yeah, you have this spin jump thing here from Odyssey. So like all the moveset comes from Odyssey. All the moveset works like from Odyssey, right? So the wall jump, for instance, Mario's wall jump is the Odyssey, style where you slide against the wall. So wall jumping is a lot easier. Like just like the basic move set, right? Where Mario shares with the Odyssey Mario shares with 64 Mario. All of that stuff I think like works way better. Yeah, this is the PC decompilation. I'm playing with high res textures. So I think all that stuff like makes Mario 64 play so much better. Um, like there's a couple problems that I have with Mario's movement in Mario 64, which I really, really like truly hate. Which is that if you're walking in one direction and you decide to like do 180, right? Like walking slowly, right? Mario would do like a car turn, right? Like Mario would do like a big U-turn to start walking to the other direction. And like that killed me a few times in Mario 64, right? Because usually in a platformer, in a regular platformer, what you want to do is that you want to adjust yourself a little bit, right, on a platform to, to you want to press the other direction, the opposite direction that you're at in order to like backtrack a little bit and readjust yourself. Let's put Mario 64 soundtrack here. Shoot, stop it. There it is. So see, you can capture enemies, and it's like I feel like this works so well with Mario 64 to add these things to Mario 64, to add the capture stuff, because it gives you more things to play around with. Like, look at this. I'm Chain Chomp. I'm the Chain Chomp. Because I think that Mario 64, at its heart, it's not really a game about like difficulty or about difficult platforming. It's a sandbox, right? It's a toy box. All these levels are like different toy box for you to screw around in. I feel like that's the strength of Mario 64. That's what people love about it. That's what made it be a game changer, you know, when it came out. Why did the page reload? That was weird. And so like having these capture mechanics, yeah, isn't that cool? How we can capture different things. Like I'm a Koopa now. So like having these mechanics of like having these like new captures that you can screw around in and do different things with is so much fun, right? It banks onto that sandboxness. It really banks on that sandbox feeling of Mario 64. Of like playing around, it's just like, wait a minute, can I like in this stream I try figuring out if I can make a tower of Goombas, because Goombas in this game, when you capture them, they act like the capture in Super Mario Odyssey where you can stack Goombas. So I was like, wait a minute, I bet I can get the star at the top of the floating island by stacking a bunch of Goombas, right? And it's so much fun to try these things out. It's so much fun to figure out new ways to get these stars, right? By using these new mechanics. And you know, like the fact that you can collect multiple stars in one go also makes a lot of the later levels of Mario 64 that I hate like way more bearable. Like honestly, I think I really dislike a lot of the levels in Mario 64. Like I love Bob-omb Battlefield, right? Everyone loves Bob-omb Battlefield, but like, you know, once you start talking about the later half of the game, it's just like stuff like Shifting Sandland. Shifting Sandland is kind of fun outside of the pyramid, but then inside the pyramid, I really hate. Stuff like Tick-Tock Clock, Rainbow Ride. I hate these levels. I really do. I hate these levels. I've never 100% cleared Super Mario 64. But then on the Odyssey mod, I actually got all the stars, right? Because once you can get all the stars in one go, this makes a lot of the levels that I hate just so much more bearable, so much faster to do. And again, all the Odyssey mechanics I think are also like a plus to this game, because it's just so many new things to do, so many new things to try out. And just basic Mario moveset stuff also just feels a lot better. I think that there's stuff about Mario's controls in original Mario 64 that kind of sucks. I hate that when you jump at a wall, Mario bonks away from it, right? Like if you do any jump against a wall, right? Mario would just go like, oof! And just like fall back. And that sucks so much for when you're trying to do any platforming at all. And it's like, what the... It sucks so much on Tick-Tock Clock. Because you're gonna die doing that, right? Like once Mario bonks away from the wall, you can't control him at all. So it just so often in Tick-Tock Clock you just like jump at a wall, Mario just goes oof and just like falls to his death. Yeah, look at that. I'm trying to stack them to see if I can get to the island that way. Dude, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. The flying is like free flying. I always thought that the flying in Mario 64, in vanilla Mario 64, is like too limited. This, I wouldn't say that this is an improvement, because there's like no sense of like picking up speed, which is fun, right? When you dive down and pick up a lot of speed. But the flight in Mario 64 was always like too limited, and I don't know why. Why was the, you know, because like it's so easy to just lose all of your speed when you're flying in Mario 64, and it just feels really bad when you do that. So I mean, the free flying in this is like you lose that feeling of like gaining momentum and going fast, but also you lose the frustration of just like you constantly like stall in the air because you don't have enough speed. You can't gain flight. I like also that once you get all the stars in one level, once you re-enter the level, there are boxes. There's like every box spawns at the beginning of the level. Oh, thanks for the water bottle, Cameron. So like you can try out like, hey, I can try out Metal Mario in Cool Cool Mountain and see what I can do with it. Again, just like experimenting with stuff. I like when I like that it banks on the toy boxness of Mario 64. Oh yeah, there's also different characters. Where's the other Mario 64 stream? So you can play as different characters in this mod also, like Wario. It don't really add too much to the game. But again, it's just more things to play around with. Man, getting 100 coins in this level sucks. Even on this mod, it really does suck. Yeah. The things that I do not like about Mario 64 is still here, but they're so much more bearable. Like this star also sucks. So, let's write a review. There is a lot that I don't love about Mario 64 that I don't feel many people talk about. A lot of the later levels in stars are insufferable, and there are quirks to Mario's control that in the game's camera, that feels counter to good platforming. But this mod either fixes some of these issues or make them way less obtrusive. And bad. Letting the wonderful parts of Super Mario 64 shine better, and even adding onto the toy box / sandbox nature of the game via the captures, via trying out new things with the new movement mechanics and the capture mechanics of Odyssey. Is this too controversial? I know Mario 64 is a huge darling. I think that many people would give 5 stars to Mario 64. I'm being very negative, aren't I, about the original game? Oh, thanks for the pet, Ely. Yeah, these are my Mario opinions. Hopefully, I didn't make a lot of people upset. I know the Mario 64 is a huge darling. I think the Odyssey mod of Mario 64. If I'm gonna be honest, yeah. If I'm gonna be honest, original Mario 64, I would rate it 2 stars. Maybe that's too mean. Maybe I would rate it 3. I don't know, but like, you know, when I think about the good parts of Mario 64, it's like, oh, that's a 4-star game, right? But so much of the game, Mario 64 is 120. You're right. So much of Mario 64 is like, I mean, I've never 100% beaten Mario 64 like vanilla Mario 64, right? I feel like that's pretty damning of like the game as a whole, right? Because like when you're just talking about the good levels, like, oh, Mario 64 is wonderful, right? But but Mario 64 is not all good levels. Mario 64 has Rainbow Ride. Mario 64 has a bunch of like really mean stars in Rainbow Ride. And the Odyssey mod doesn't fix them, but it does make you be able to catch them a lot faster and easier. Next game. Man, there's so many games left. I didn't think it was gonna take this long. I did not think it was gonna take this long to make this game list. Alright. Exactly. Next game is Einhander. We're playing the Einhander soundtrack. Man, Einhander. Glory with the moon, mercy on the earth. Yeah, this game's soundtrack is sick. It's so good. It's so good. Man. This game has style, like, oozing out of it, right? It's beautiful. It's legitimately, like, pretty. It has a great soundtrack. It has really unique mechanics for a shmup. Not that I have too much familiarity with the entire genre. Hello, bird. That's right. We're watching back on memories, right? And we're rating every game here on this list. As you can see, nearly 3 hours in, we've rated like 6 games. So we're going great here. Einhander. Man, I like the mechanics here with the sub weapons, right? There's like 3 different kinds of ships. And so like you have the Einhander, right, which is like one-handed. So you can only grab one weapon. And then you have like other ships that can grab 2 at the same time. You can fire 2 at the same time. It's really cool. Man, I think that there are 2 big issues with Einhander. There's a few big issues with Einhander. The first is that, like, once you know how to, a lot of the bosses you can beat really quickly, right? there are bosses that are really interesting that have a lot of like um, different attacks that you do not get to see at all when you play Einhander, right? Because you can beat them too fast. There are bosses that you can just like stand in front of them, and if you have the right weapon, you can just like instantly kill them in like 3 seconds. And that feels so unsatisfying because it's like these bosses would be really cool if they had more HP, if my weapons weren't so overpowered, right? There are bosses here that are extremely like fun, that have like really fun patterns, but you can overwhelm them way too quickly if you know how to. And it's just like once you have that knowledge, it's like cursed knowledge, you know what I mean?
There was a time in the era of great chaos.
In the era
when
of
the
great
Earth
chaos.
and the moon were at war with each other.
The Earth and the Moon were at war with each other. I'm jumping that. Man, the music in Einhander is so good. It has a lot of cool ideas, like you can do a Hadouken motion with a specific weapon to make the weapon stronger. You don't see it as... I do see it as kind of a bad thing. Because it's... Because it doesn't take skill. This music is so good. Yeah, but like it's... You know, I'm okay with like overwhelming bosses if there's like... If it's like difficult to do it. But there's a lot of bosses that are way too easy to overwhelm. You know what I mean? And I wish there was like more of a push and pull fight with them a little bit, right? Where it's just like I can kill them quickly, but like I actually have to do some like cool shit with the boss, right? Einhander music is so good. This was on my old computer, so it kind of slugged down a little bit to keep the VTuber avatar and the game going at the same time. What else can I say about it? Like this boss here, right? You can just kill it so quickly. This boss too. It feels really weird. It doesn't feel good, IMO. Yeah, this boss I couldn't kill quickly because I didn't have the right weapon. But you know, it doesn't feel quickly. It doesn't feel good to be like, once you have the right weapon, it's over, you know? To me, it doesn't feel good. This boss also has some issues of conveyance. It's really hard. Because like, it keeps bobbing up and down too. It's really hard to know where the boss is at. Where things are spatially here, because the background keeps doing this weird thing here, and the boss in your ship just keeps bobbing up and down too. What else can I say about Einhander? Yeah, see that right here, I was doing the strategy that I thought was the right way to beat the boss at, and then it killed me anyway. It's difficult to figure out what you have to do there. Like sometimes it's just like things just don't seem like they work out for some reason. there's also this boss here, this airport, this airbase stage is also, it's like such a big difficulty spike. That's the thing. That's the thing about this game that feels unsatisfying to me. It's just like the game is either extremely difficult or it is like extremely easy, right? You can either overwhelm bosses extremely easily or you face this thing here. Like this whole thing was just a mess. Yeah, I think we talked about Einhinder. I think it's a 3-star. Let's see. And kind of unique. And bosses have a lot of different patterns, but balance of the game feels totally off. Before they can even attack you. And then there are weird difficulty spikes in the game. In sorta random areas that will kill you a bunch. Also. Too much water. Yeah, I think this is our Einhinder review. Man, it's a lot of games. It's a lot of games. Ah. And it's also hard to remember how I felt about them. I didn't think it was gonna take this long. I thought it was going to be a long stream, but I didn't think it was going to take this long. I thought that every game would take us like 10 minutes, right? To talk about and then move on. Bristle's ponytail. This was Pennyquit's suggestion. It's kind of a kusoge, kind of. Sorta. But I came away from it kind of like kind of positive about it actually. Like there's a lot of elements about it that are like that any like really bad American platformer at the time would have, right? There is the jumping, you know, it's got like that kind of like cinematic platformer jumping in which like there's a wind up to the jumping. Or like there's no full control of the jumping also. Your character also like the movement you know like everything takes some startup frames to do, right? Like turning around takes a little bit, jumping takes a little bit, to start clopping, to start like running takes a bit, you know. But I think it works because I mean your character is a horse, right? So like it adds to the feeling that you're you know, when horses are running around clopping, that's what it means. That's what it means. But I think it makes sense because your character is a horse, so it adds the feeling of, you know, of a horse's movement, right? The fact that it has these like cinematic platformer kind of like controls to it. The game is easy. So like these things aren't really issues with the game because the game is like so like easy, you know? It doesn't have like big challenges to it. It's just a pleasant time, honestly. Like it's a pleasant little curiosity that you play and go like, "Oh, this is, you know, this is kind of neat." It's like it's you know, as far as girl games go, there aren't a lot of them, right? This is cute. I like that you can customize your horse, right? You can change the color that it has. Like the classic music, even the music itself, right? Like it's using gems. It's using the gems engine that makes that, you know, that is the reason why a lot of Genesis games, a lot of American-made Genesis games kind of like don't sound good, right? It's because it uses like the instrumentation of gems, which kind of like sounds kind of like farty. Yeah, it's very much gems. It's kind of like farty and just like not as good. Not quite the best outing of the Mega Drive, but like even the soundtrack is like it's gems, but it doesn't sound terrible, you know? Like look at it. Yeah, exactly. Like I love I love Brahms' is Fourth Symphony here, you know? I love all the classic music that he uses. It's very cute. It's very calm, right? It's very serene. Gems doesn't like destroy these compositions, right? Like of course, you know, you know, if you want to listen to orchestral Mega Drive music, Shining Forces, you know, will give you that in spades. But you know, like the whole game feels like this. It's like this should be way worse than it is, right? This should be like a terrible game. It uses gems, the graphics, it runs at a poor frame rate. The your character kind of like stops a lot. There's no, the controls aren't instant. The graphics, there's that dirtiness to them that, uh, Western, not the Western developers that didn't develop very good games for the Genesis would, have that kind of style. But it's like it works. It has the aesthetic is nice. It's got these pastel colors to them. The game is like breezy and it's just like kind of fun to just like walk around as a horse to, you hear all the, oh, it's a warp. It's like a Mario 64 painting. Like I love the sound that it does when it's walking, when it's jumping. You hear the clop, right? You hear the clop of the horse. It's just this pleasant little thing that you just like play it for an afternoon and you're like, this was nice. This was pleasant. This has all the qualities that you would lambast games for, of this era for. But they work. You know? It works. It's a very pleasant game. It sounds okay, it looks okay, it has a pretty pastel kind of like Lisa Frankish look. I like that there's these two guys here that make little jokes here. And it also helps that we don't really see girl games like this, right? Like cutesy, games about magical ponies or whatever. There's My Little Pony, I guess, but it's like, this is a girl game. This is like a game that's cute and magical and very, horse kid. It's like horse, exactly. I think we've talked enough about it. Let's see, how should we write our review? It has all the quality of American-made Genesis Kusage. Kusage means shit game. But it just works. It the delayed responsiveness of the character contributes to of the character contributes to the feeling of that you're controlling a horse. You're a horse. You're not controlling a horse. You're a horse. A horse coupled with the pleasant clap sounds whenever it moves around. Whenever it moves around. Pleasant clap sounds whenever it moves around. Music is gems, but thanks to it using um, but the classical compositions still hold up and sound pretty good. Graphics are a bit Graphics have a pleasant, colorful palette to them, and the game is an easygoing, fun, an easygoing time through. If easygoing time through Magical Sea Kingdom. It's a pleasant little time. Yeah, I think it's a 2-star because it's still like not like incredible, right? It's like not incredible, not great, but it's like it's a game that is way more pleasant than you would think. It has way more going for it than you would think, I think. Or not going for it, but like, it's way more pleasant than you would feel just playing it. It's like a high 2, it's a 2. It's a 2, but it's a high 2, It's like a near 3, let's say. Sonic Generations. We're gonna spend an hour talking about Sonic Generations again. Whenever it's Sonic, I know I'm gonna talk a lot about it. Sonic Generations is good. Um, I think that it's such a wonderful little like celebration game, for Sonic's anniversary. It's good. I think that classic Sonic doesn't, it doesn't play super great. I think that classic Sonic got a little bit of the short end of the stick there. Modern Sonic really feels great. There's classic Sonic, look. Yeah, I was playing with a mod. I changed it back to regular classic Sonic. I think that you do lose some by just making it very focused on speed running. So like, because Sonic is like an arcade game, but this is like, oh right, this level had this weird glitch on it. Man, I don't know what to say about Sonic Generations. It's just the music is great, the visuals are great. Just like the reimagined levels look really beautiful. It's colorful. Classic Sonic doesn't play super great, but there's the Classic Sonic Improvement mod. that fixes that problem. It re-implements the elemental shields into the levels themselves. So, you know, you get the movement options. You get the added movement options. Oh yeah, there's this weird glitch that was occurring here with the game when I was streaming it. I do think that the fact that it's yeah, absolutely play this classic Sonic Improvement mod. It makes classic Sonic play more like he plays in the Genesis games, and he implements the elemental shields into the stages, which makes the whole gameplay more fun, more things to play around with, you know. It's just good. I don't know. The missions suck. The missions suck. We didn't do the missions on stream, right? But the game like pads itself out by having these missions. You don't really have to do. You can do them for 100%, but the game is just like you don't really have to do them to clear the game. The bosses suck a lot too, is the thing. Man, the bosses are not good. But the main levels are just like incredibly fun, and it's really the main levels what it's about. I'm between 3 and 4 here. And the bosses do really suck though. I just remember them. Here's the thing, I just don't play the bosses, right? When I play Sonic Generations, I just like go through the levels and just don't play the bosses. And now I'm remembering them. It's like, ah man, the bosses really do suck, huh? The bosses aren't great. And I think that the fact that it is so focused on speedrunning also makes like the game flatter as a result. Because then, you know, paths that you didn't have to care, paths that are not the fastest way forward, you don't have any reason to take them again. Yeah. The bosses suck, but they're manageable. Once you know what to do, it's just like, you can manage it. Yeah. I think I'm gonna give it 3. I think ultimately I'm gonna give it 3. See. A wonderful of Sonic. All the reimagined levels look incredible. Soundtrack is great. Modern Sonic has never played better. But has a bit of the short end of the stick. Not playing as smoothly as he does in the original games. The missions aren't great, and the bosses suck too. I'm gonna say, I would imagine a look and play incredible. Soundtrack is great. Modern Sonic has never played better, but Classic Sonic has a bit of the short end of the stick here. Not playing as smoothly as he does in the original games. The missions aren't great, and the bosses suck too. Classic Sonic Improvement mod is recommended to make better in so good. And his levels play better. Hello, Prismatic Blood. Hello. It's more of a cool roller coaster ride and speed run thing than the in a I don't know. I'm gonna leave this part out. Congrats. Yeah. I think it's a 3-star. Outrun 2006. Oh man, Outrun 2006 soundtrack, huh? Hold on, I have it on my hard drive. We don't even need to. I don't even need to play it on YouTube. Give me just a second. Where is it? Hold on. Shiny World. Yeah. Man, Outrun 2006, huh? Outrun 2SP is easily your favorite racing game? Yeah. You know what? Jams. Hot jams. Outrun 2006. Outrun 2 in general, right? It's great. Like, look at this. This game is great. Look at this drifting. Man, the drifting is so satisfying. I love the heart attack mode. Look at this. I have to memorize a sequence of things and then answer while I'm driving. It's crazy. The heart attack mode is just, it's such a Galaxy Brain idea. To like give, to expend on a racing game, right? Look at me, I'm doing math while I'm driving. God, it's so good. The sense of speed is great. The heart attack mode stuff is fantastic. Just like racing and dodging traffic just never felt better. Man, Outrun. This game is fantastic. We are judging Outrun 2006 coast to coast though. I do think it has a big downside to it, which is that Sumo Digital does try to make the game, and should I rate Outrun 2 as a whole, or just man, I don't know. Because here's the thing that I don't like about Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast. Sumo Digital added all these missions to it, right? That are like very repetitive. They get very, very repetitive very quickly, right? And it's like the game is just like kind of like designed around you like doing them and grinding through them to get outrun miles to unlock stuff. Outrun 2 is so good. It's on PC, you can download it. I mean, you cannot buy it because it's delisted, but Yeah, unlocking stuff takes forever. There is a cheat code that you can just put in to get a bunch of money instantly. Yeah, like this is how I'm playing it, right? I'm playing it on PC. Man. The environments look great. I love that they kind of like pop up in the background. They have this like realism, this cartoony realism to them, right? Kind of like a Sonic Unleashed, you know what I mean? Where it's like, it's realistic, but it's kind of like Disney World-esque, where it's just like you're driving through impossible structures. Yeah, there was an Xbox board. The Xbox board seemed very highly. Man. Yeah, that is right. I'm not playing it right now. Should I give it 4 or 5? In my heart, it's a 5, right? But like, that's like, it's a 5 if I ignore the fact that like, there's a lot of grinding in the game. If you just ignore all the grinding and just like play it as an arcade game, it's great, it's fantastic. I love Outrun. I love Outrun. Let's leave it a 4. Actually, hold on. Where's Rocket Knight Adventures here? Oh, I think I forgot Rocket Knight Adventures. Let me Control F here. I forgot Rocket Knight Adventures. We played Rocket Knight Adventures. I forgot to put it in here. Here it is. Before Einhinder. So the idea to do this, hold on, let's first rate Outrun 2006. Outrun 2006. How? I don't know, Vega baby. I don't know how I forgot it. Let's rate Outrun 2006. Spectacular sense of speed. Drifting is so much fun. Hold on, let's keep playing more. Outrun 2006. Yeah. This music is great. Oh, thanks for the water, Cameron. Thank you, Cameron. See you. We should be ending the stream soon anyway. Ah, this music is great. Let's see. Galaxy Brain idea. But also, with a lot of competitive objectives and grinding for money and grinding for unlocks. Yeah, I think I'll give it 4 stars. So Rocket Knight Adventures. Rocket Knight Adventures is another case where I just have the entire soundtrack here. Let me pop open a few songs here. Hold on. Man, the soundtrack to Rocket Knight is so good. Yeah, listen to that. Bam bam. Rocket Knight Adventures is so good. It's a game where your little mascot, Marsupial. Is it a possum? You're a possum. Yeah. It's kind of like a mascot platformer, but it really plays. It's very weird because it's a platformer, but the combat is very Contra-like, right? This is by the same director of Contra, but like you're fighting with a sword, but your sword has projectiles, right? It shoots out a projectile, your sword. So the action to this game feels very Contra-like in the sense that it's like, yeah, they did. Like fighting these big bosses, you know? The tempo to fighting bosses and fighting enemies feels very Contra-like. This game is incredible. I love this game so much. It keeps throwing you into new situations all the time, right? Like, you know, boss rushes. I've heard someone describe it. I think maybe the director itself described this game as a situation rush. I think I heard that quote from Digital Foundry, that guy from Digital Foundry. I don't know if he describes it as such, or if someone else describes it, or if the director of the game describes it as such. But it's a really good descriptor to what this game is, right? Because it's like you keep being thrown into different situations all the time. No 2 levels are the same. And it works. There's so much variety to the game, but like it never feels alien, right? It never feels like you're playing another game, like, I have to stop playing Rocket Knight Adventures to start playing this mini game or whatever, right? You're always like using the mechanics of sword slicing and rocketing. All the bosses are so much fun. Like, look at this. This is a Metal Slug boss fight, right? Like, look at this. This is, you know, this is a shooter boss fight, but it's like a mascot platformer. The soundtrack, the orchestral soundtrack is amazing. Man, I don't even know what to say about Rocket Knight Adventures. Yeah, again, like here in the chat, see, it's very treasure. Yeah, this game is very treasure, right? Like, if you like treasure games, you would like this game. Because it's very much about that same treasure thing of, like, keep throwing new, surprising things at you. Or keep throwing variety at you. But I think it does better than treasure in that sense. Because treasure, I think, sometimes... Yeah, again, like the comparison to Reform Gym here. Right, where nothing's cohesive from stage to stage. It's like there's a variety here in Rocket Knight that is cohesive, that it doesn't feel like you're ever playing like a different game, or that the pacing gets affected too hard by, you know, like some unfun segment, or some segment that is like way too different, or the game never feels like it doesn't have an identity because of it. It's great. I don't know, it's just a super fun ride. It's super fun action game. Great music, great visuals. I like the kind of like characters here kind of look like watercolored illustrations, you know what I mean? They have this look to them that feel like watercolor manga illustrations. Ah, this music I love. Bam, bada bam. It's got that Laputa kind of like feel to it, right? Of like old and new, of technology versus... I mean, the whole game, the storyline to this game is basically Laputa, right? Of like magic versus technology, right? Of lost ancient technology that is beyond anything that's current right now. Of the adventure keeps expanding, keeps getting bigger, right? Every stage leads on to the next, and the storyline to the game is like, you know, there isn't like a deep story, but it's like the way that every level builds onto the tension, right? To make the scale bigger. Until you're literally fighting like the Death Star in space. And it's like, what? Because at the beginning of the game, you're just like going to a castle, right? Under attack. You see the castle here in the background. It's like, I'm a knight. I have to protect the castle. And then at the end, you're literally at the Death Star. It's just like, it like it makes sense, like the game that's just like from level to level keeps escalating the tension. Keeps escalating where you're going next. And you have a Sakam Bapam fight. This is like the most different thing that the game ever does. It's just like this Bapam Sakam giant robot boss battle. This is the most different thing that it ever does. And it works. I think this will be our final review of the night. Actually, this whole thing here, I've decided to make this strawberry short takes thing because, like, even since here, right, I was already toying with the idea, right? Here's the 5-star system. Here it is, right? In this stream, I'm like explaining the entire system here. Right? Because like the idea was that at the end of the stream, at the end of clearing a game, I would just explain myself and explain how I feel about each game. And spoilers, I gave it a 5. This is what Rocket Knight Adventures is a 5. It's just credible action game disguised as a mascot platformer. It throws you into so many different situations, and yet it feels like no thank you, Kubarkar. Gonna delete your message. Alright, where was I? Throws you into so many different situations, and yet it feels cohesive. And the pacing is never affected. The game has an incredible FM synth orchestra soundtrack. It's an incredible mix of with techno, it has really colorful and well-rendered graphics. Sparkster is incredibly expressive. And cute. And has a simple story that keeps increasing its scale, enhancing the great action. Yeah, I think this is Rocket Knight. I bit off way more than I could chew. Alright, we're gonna have to end the stream. I cannot believe 4 hours. Nearly 4 hours of stream and we could only review 12 games. I really thought this was gonna be way shorter. But we could at least like review like half of the list with no problem. And I think I might just review everything else off stream. I don't think you all would be interested in watching me talk about every single one of these games, right? Would you be interested in just a stream of me talking about every single other one of these games? I don't think so. Am I right? About at least Ranger X? Okay. Alright. I'll load up the Ranger X soundtrack here real quick. Maybe I'll do them in little bits and pieces until we get the whole list down. Maybe. Let me load up the Ranger X soundtrack here real quick. Ranger X. Let me load up the video where I play Ranger X here. Where's Ranger X? Oh, you know what? I know what the stream was. Hold on. It was this one. Because this is a game that supports a 6-button Mega Drive soundtrack. Ranger X is great. I love Ranger X. Look at this. Look at the layers of parallax here. This is insane. Look at the background here. There's a war happening. You control this giant robot, but you also control this little motorcycle thing. And you can change into the motorcycle. It's got a really... Yeah, it's so weird. Renting this game? Man, this game's controls are so different than anything else. If you want to turn around, you literally have to press the A button to turn around. Right? Otherwise you just strafe, right? When you go backwards, you're not gonna change direction. And I think that is really cool because it aids to that feeling that you're controlling a robot, right? That you're controlling a massive robot. So it makes sense that to turn around, it takes way more effort than to just like decide to turn around, right? So the fact that you have like that you have a whole button to like change in direction makes complete sense. It has such a unique control scheme that helps in feeling like you're handling a robot, right? Like your controller is like it's almost like a Mech Warrior. What is it called? Is it called Mech Warrior? The one Xbox game with the giant like mech controls, right? Is it Mech Warrior the one that I'm thinking of? Like, see how I'm not turning around here? how my character just stays locked to one direction. Look at these tiny people. Steel Battalion. Yes. Steel Battalion. So it's almost like a proto Steel Battalion thing, where the controls for the game end up feeling like closer to like controlling to being like the controls of the cockpit for a mech in that sense, right? Where it's like stuff that you have to learn, right? The way that your mech operates, the way that the controls change how the mech operates, it's stuff that you really need to like stop and just kind of like figure out a little bit. Like you're just thrusted into this mech, right? You're thrusted into the cockpit of a mech and you're trying to figure out what everything does. A little bit, you know? And the 6-button controller helps with that a bit by adding more controls to them. And it's such a good use of the 6-button controller. Yeah, there's not many 6-button controllers that... Oh right, you were talking about the Steel Battalion. Yeah. I love these 3D mission objective kind of like overviews. Also, your uh your suit is sun powered. So you get to this level, right? You get to this level and you're like, wait a minute, why isn't my power being charged automatically like it was at the other level? And then you like destroy light shafts. You destroy like rocks that reveal light shafts in the level. Like this, right? And then suddenly it's like, wait a minute. Now it's charging power. Oh my god. My machine is sun powered. It's solar powered. And it's like, what? This is such a crazy mechanic. Who would have thought of this? It's so cool. And I love that it's like you discover that. You discover that like organically that it's a sun-powered mech. Yeah, I mean they did that because of fighting games, right? The only reason why the 6-button controller exists is because fighting games. It's because Street Fighter 2 happened, and every console wanted to have Street Fighter 2. And the Super Nintendo, you know, it has the 4 face buttons and the 2 shoulder buttons, so it can emulate the 6-button layout of an arcade. But the Mega Drive, they were like, we have to release a 6-button controller so people can play Street Fighter 2 in our machine. And then a few other games took advantage of the 6-button controller in optional ways. The soundtrack to this game is so good. And like, again, it's the Rocket and Adventure thing of like every level is a different objective. Every level is a completely different situation than the other one, and yet it still feels cohesive. And it adds to this feeling of like being on different sort of covert missions with this giant mech. Right? So like this one, you're just like going through a labyrinthian cave. But then this one is just a straight shot. And you have this cool 3D effect with these things over here. Yeah, Eternal Champions. Yeah, that's right. So like, see how you have these things here, these pseudo 3D effects. It's so cool. There's so many cool effects here in this game. The variety of missions feels really nice, and it never feels like the game is like, you know, again, not being cohesive. It's like, you know, some levels, some mechanics are more important than others, you know. But they're all like still mechanics that you have to account for with your mech. Or like this one that you're climbing this really tall building. Look at this. There's city lights in the background. And you can see the reflection of other buildings here in the mirror. It's so cool. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, Bird. Man, it's so cool. It's so good. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you were 4. Alright, where's Ranger X? There it is. X Ranza. You know what? I gave you all my thoughts. I'll fill this out later. It's great. I'll fill this out later. I'll tell you what my rating for it is. It's a 4-star. It's a great game. It might be a 5. I need to think about it a bit. I'll fill this out later on my own time. Yeah, Ranger X is great. Anyway. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with the rest of this list some other time. This is tiring. I really thought I would spend like 10 minutes on each game, right? So it's like 10. We would knock 6 down in an hour, then 6 down in 2 hours. Wait, I didn't really think this one through. Because then 18 is 3 hours. So we would knock down. We would get to like around Around like 24. That's like half of the list, I guess. Well, I mean half of the list is something. We haven't played Gunstar Heroes yet. That's a game that we might play in 2021. Here's the thing about Gunstar Heroes. I want to play with a friend. In 2021, I'm planning out with a friend to play some retro games together, to stream them together. And so I'm saving all the like good co-op goodness. Yeah, 2022. Yeah, you're right. So I'm saving that stuff for 2022 because if things work out, we're gonna have a joint collab kind of like thing going on where we're gonna play a bunch of co-op games together, and then I can add them to this list. Yeah, I've played Gunstar Heroes before, but I haven't played it on stream, right? These are all games that we've played and beaten on stream. Ah, man. I feel like I kind of beaten you all down with this. Was this entertaining? I don't know. I hope that it was entertaining. You enjoy listening? I like the stream, but I agree it is better in short bursts. Yeah. Maybe I should write these reviews. Yeah, like my plan is that I'm gonna do strawberry short takes at the end of the month. So we review all the games that we've played and beaten for the month, right? That's my idea for 2022 to make these streams, manageable. Yeah. Especially because like it's hard to review games that's been like several months since I last played them. I like him to keep them fresh. Like of course, like I think about them, I write down stuff that I think about them. Like I was planning for this, right? In some ways of like, I've already written down stuff about these games. But I would like to it feels a bit like I'm guessing at what I was feeling back then. You know what I mean? Rather than actually feeling it right now about these games. I think that what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna fill this out on my own, I think. And then we'll do another stream where after I fill this all of this out, I go at them one by one and you know, explain it, right? Explain like why did I write this? Why did I write bloody wolf more like um bloody dolph there. So I'll write stuff like this and give it 1 star and then explain to you why did I give it 1 star. Got him good. No, I like bloody wolf. So I think I'll write them on my own, then I'll have another stream where it's just like, hey, in my off time, wrote about all these things. Yeah, very sharp review, isn't it, Frayazo? Gonna write them on my own and then go and then like show it to all of you what I've written about them. And that should be way faster than me doing this thing where I just like think about it live here and think about what I have to write and then I actually like have to take my time writing. Should be way less tiring for me and for you. All right. I'm also I also feel bad that the quiz stuff didn't work out. Uh Maybe next time. You know what? We'll save the quiz stuff for next time also, right? When I do this shorter like overview of the strawberry short stack thing, I can strawberry strawberry short takes. I said strawberry short stack. What I meant to say is that once I it's still valid. Thank you. When very different stream, you're right. Once I we do we're gonna I'm gonna fill this out on my own and then do a little overview of strawberry short takes after I've done that all that work, right? Then I'm gonna do a stream where I just like go and say like, hey, here's the reveal. I'm gonna read it out loud and then people can object to it, can say I agree, can say strawberry, you just gave this game 2 stars because you're bad at video games. You know, I thought that this would be way way faster than it was. I don't know why. I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. I don't think I was expecting anything. It was just like let's just do this. No thoughts. Let's just do this. Turns out way more. Way more than I could chew. But anyway, thank you all for joining me. We are going to look into who we can raid. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can say that. Oh, thanks for the pet, bird. Thank you so much. All right, let's see. Let's raid Zandra Vandra, who is playing Fortune Street with her friends. With her quote-unquote friends. Yeah, say hi, be nice. Say hi and be nice. That's all everyone can ask for. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Aaron. Yeah, for now they're their friends. Or be new, exactly. Thank you, Aaron. No, I didn't mean that, bird. I guess you can do that if you want. I'm not your mother. Alright. See you out there, okay? Bye-bye. Goodbye. Gra. Go. Ga.